UNBIASED here, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Ooh, good morning. Good morning. Ooh, good morning. Ooh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good. Objection. Hearsay. It is hearsay that it is the morning. Bow, bow. Brown. Okay. Do I get food now? I'm gonna get water right now. And then I'll start it up. Bye. Oh my god. Hello, Bobo. What is that? Ooh, is that a little hamster vibing? That's cute. It's a, oh, that's not a hamster, that's a wabbit. That's a bunny. Rightio. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, my friends. We ready for a good day? Hello. Yo. I am really excited to watch the thing. I am genuinely so hyped. So mother flippin' hype. Good morning. Miss my breakfast, but I will have a good lunch. Amber might be on today. Shut up. That will be a treat. No way. How do you know? How do you know? Wait, they just went on lunch till 2 p.m. Yes. I guess we get to talk for an hour. Or we could watch some of what already happened. Are you sure? Please not tomorrow. Because I'm not here tomorrow. How can you eat with headphones on? What is the correlation? Bro, Elon Musk testifying would be so funny. Are you actually non-biased? Surely. Surely. Are you going to girls trip? Sadly, no. It was a bit too long of a commitment for me to make. Because I have a lot of things to do this week. Nom 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 nom. Eating with headphones though. What does that mean? Thank you. Why is this the very poggy mode?
Little Inagam Wanung cheered 200 bits. Genuine question.
What's up?
Would you date a woman?
Depends. Is it your mom or not? Guys, I've been streaming too long. Don't try to ask me a serious question. Woo, my mom! I fucking love this. Woo! Woohoo! People got my mother! What happened in your hand? A rabid cat attack. But the cat was very artistic. Like, scratches were kind of pretty. I'm very impressed. So instead of like taking it to the pound or whatever you would do with the rabid cat, we gave it a Nobel Peace Prize. Wow, very nice. What does this mean? Do people have something against eating when you have headphones on? What does that mean? Yeah, what is weird about eating with your headphones on? Eating headphones. I'm eating the headphones. It makes noises in your head when you bite. What kind of jaws y'all got? I'm chilling. Let's hypothetically say I had a kid and I made said kid say, "Can you date my mom? Then can we date?" If you try to ask me out, like, yeah, sure. You about to become a mom just so I can date someone's mom? It's like that thing that's like, my mom's son thinks you're very attractive. My mom's son is single. My mom's son would like to ask you on a date. My husband gave me a hall pass with you, so I became a streamer to hopefully become noticed enough to meet you. Okay, you guys know, like, the Rockstar experience where they have like a bunch of fangirls and they can like sleep around, they tend to be unfaithful and all this stuff. I'm starting to feel it. Y'all are gassing me up a little too much. I might become a ladies. I was gonna say a ladies man, but I'm not a man. A ladies lady? Yeah. One of those. One of them. Or something. A ladies lady. A ladies lady. Do you have a tattoo? Oh, you don't like tattoos? Take me off the roster. It's just henna. Yesterday, I was hanging out with some friends, and low-key, they pissed me off, for starters. They'll never see this, but I want them to know they pissed me off, okay? Because I was like, hey, I had an album in my phone with 20 photos of hair colors that I thought were cool. And I was like, look, these are all the things. Okay, I'm gonna pause the music just to explain. Okay, I wanted their opinion on what to do with my hair, okay? And so we did a PowerPoint. I'm not joking, okay? They have a living room with a big TV. They all sat on the couch. I airplayed my photo album to the TV, and I said,
cheered 200 bits. Sorry, my mom's taken.
Well, you know what they say. Just because there's a goalie doesn't mean you can't score. Other TikTok things. I don't fucking know. I'm tired. Anyways, so I airplayed my photo album to the massive TV. And I said, hello, thank you so much for attending my hair presentation today. I very much appreciate your attention. Prior to beginning the presentation, let me tell you a little bit about my hair history. And they were very attentive. They were like, oh, It was really nice. And I was like, listen, this is what I've done in my hair before. I don't want to bleach it a lot. I'm trying to go for this sort of look, blah, 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 blah. And then I started showing them some photos. I showed them 20 different photos, okay? All three of them look at me and they go, I like your hair the way it is. I just did a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation. I showed you 20 photos and you said, I like that hair the way it is. That's not what I asked. Minus 10 minutes. What do you mean? You have friends that are not streamers? Yes, I want to be a normal person. Okay, guys, don't agree with them. Like, and then, you know what's fucking worse? One of them goes, you know, honestly, your hair's nice the way that it is. And then he goes, you know what you should do if you want to change? Well, actually, they said, why are you even looking to change your hair? And I said, I'm bored. And they said, okay, you know what you should do instead? I said, what? Tell me. He said, get a tattoo. I wanted to cut my bangs a little bit, and now you're telling me to get a tattoo? Huh? Anyways, I don't think I can commit to a tattoo, which I'm very sorry about that. I'm sorry. Show the photos. I want to. I lost my phone. I didn't lose it, but like, you know, when you just leave it somewhere and you're like, I don't need to be connected anyways. And then you connect through stream. I'm too indecisive for a tattoo. Me too. I love this. And I think I'm going to keep getting henna done regularly. But a tattoo? That's forever. Misplaced. That's a better word. I misplaced it. Let me go find it so I can start polling you guys, okay? I found it. It was actually not that hard. 50-50 every poll. No. All right. All right, yo. So, I had literally look at all this.
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2.
And I even
to be
had
fair,
it
your
as,
hair
like,
on point, but auburn red might look
it was
good.
almost like a color scale of like we could do dark reddish, we could do a lighter reddish, we could do all these things. All these things. And they're like,
Fantastic underscore cheered 200 bits. Are you going to TwitchCon?
Yes, I will be at TwitchCon. What about like this? You guys are probably gonna say your hair already looks like that, but it doesn't. This is like, the coloring is... Okay, this is actually what my hair looks like. It does. Does it? I feel like it doesn't look like this in real life. Like in real life, my hair looks more towards blonde and not... Okay, like this. Yeah. This is very white. Neutral-ish. But this is like... There's a hint of orange. Okay? So I showed them that. And I was like, okay, a hint of orange. And then I edited myself. Look, me. Hello, it's me. Me with purple hair. Well, like a hint of purple. And then me with some kind of red, orange thing.
Tierra's 91 tipped $2. Would you do a Pokemon box break?
No, it's... Shut the fuck up. It's not the same. It's not the same. Same every picture. I am going to individually beat your asses like I'm your parent. No. You guys are wrong. Okay. Here's what I've concluded. Whatever I do, it's probably not going to be crazy different. So, maybe instead of focusing on that, I should think about a hair style, not a hair color. Thoughts? Thoughts? Any thoughts? Thoughts? Thoughties? Go on? Okay. I was gonna show you on my phone, but it would be easier to actually show you on this. Okay. Hairstyle. Boom. So I think I showed you guys this before. So I don't know whether I want to do something like this. Long bangs. I need to... Let me just do this. So do I want long bangs?
Fifth Freaky tipped $2. Would you consider a temporary
or
tattoo?
shorter bangs?
They last
Tattoo?
6 months to 1 year, then it completely fades. Ephemeral tattoo.
I mean, I might as well just do henna if I'm going to do temporary anything.
Ura 196 tipped $2. Pokey looks like some kid drew on your hand when you were sleeping.
god, like this is so cute. But you see her hair is like warm a little bit. You know? My hair right now is omega neutral. Hers has a hint of orange.
200
that
bits.
means it's warm.
I need you to confirm so I can keep going. Persevering face. Low key need the motivation.
If you come to TwitchCon, I will see you. Not going to work with your baby face.
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2.
That really
Think
hurt
of
my
outfits too
feelings.
that your hair would go good with in certain color too. My sis used to
'Cause
do
it's
that.
True. I don't have a baby face. I'm 25 and I look it. I do not have a baby face. Motherfucker, do you have a child face? Okay, but think about it. What if my hairstyle is aging me down? You know? It's time to switch it up. Pinchable little cheeks. Okay, mom. You have an embryo's face. Motherfucker, embryo face. Bitch, you mean this? Low-key resembling it, yeah. Oh, she's at you. Crazy. Crazy. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay. Okay, but do I want it like long? This shit is confusing. Do you see how her hair has a tinge of orange? That's what I'm talking about. Do I want a tinge of orange or do I want a tinge of like purple? Aw, thanks for watching my Coachella vlog. Yay. Orange. Bruh. Ooh, alternatively. I saw this girl's hair.
Crack underscore baby
There's
cheered
some-
200 bits. How do
kinda
you
some
and your
purple
mods
in there.
even keep up with chat?
How do you and your mods even keep up with chat? We're just so fucking fast, boy. Okay, right? But then you see her. This is more like warm, neutral. Is the music loud? Sorry.
Imsa Wavy cheered 300 bits. Poke be looking like you just woke up in Lazy Town and gotta put a stop to Robbie Rotten.
What does that mean? Huh? Look at this insane difference that hair can make. Wow. Crazy. Crazy. Okay. Fuck it. We not even gonna talk about color. We're not talking about color. We're over it. Hairstyle. And I'm not saying haircut, because what I noticed is every time I say haircut to a guy, they think I mean I'm buzz cutting my hair. No, like when I say haircut, I mean like you see how her bangs are different than my bangs? That's what I mean. I don't actually mean like
Cowboy Aquatica
cutting the
tipped
length.
$2.
I mean just
so
I want to do
invested,
some shoe on
but
my
if
face.
I'm a bee I need you to zoom in on these hair colors we on mobile out here.
We on mobile out here. Oh my god, this photo is so cute. It's so cute. This photo is so cute. Okay, you know who I
Golden Poncho
love?
812 cheered 200 bits. Happy Star Wars Day Poki. I hope
May
you
the
and
Fourth
everyone out
be
there
with
have a wonderful
you.
day. The Force will be with you, always.
May the 4th be— yeah, we were gonna watch the trial, but they're on a lunch break, so we're gonna watch after. Until then, we're talking about hair. I'm sorry. Also not sorry, though. Okay, I love Jen Im, and a long time ago when I met her, she kind of had the hair color that I'm thinking about, so let me try to find it. You see how her hair is like, okay, that's a little too highlighty, but like here, it's like tinted warm. It's a warm tint. You see? Does that make sense? So that's like a warm tint, and I'm trying to choose between like a warm tint and a cool tint. See how it's like orange-y? Auburn. I'm not trying to go like red. Just like a hint. Instead of just brown, it's like a warm brown. This is so funny how excruciating the decision is. Well, it's because like nobody will give me a straight answer. Like, watch this. Warm or cool tone? Warm tone. Orange/red. Cool tone. Blue/purple. Go ahead. Tell me what to do. Go ahead. Anna? Go ahead. Tell me what to do. Okay. Okay. Pinterest girls will always look cute even if they're bald. Low-key facts. Okay. Warm tone. Now, back to this. Should I do shorter bangs or long bangs? Long? Do you guys consider this short or long? Because it's tough because it literally has both. I think long probably. This is medium, bro. Okay, I'll say long. Okay, like these are medium, I guess. See, this is exactly what I mean by warm toned hair. My hair right now is neutral. Wait, I can literally show you guys what it would look like. Okay, look. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me do. It would look like this, but cover my face. But make my face whiter. Just make my face white. Okay, warm hair. And then, I mean, I can't really show you guys what it would look like purple, because because I don't have a purple light.
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2.
This is what it looks like right now.
Warm colors
It's
or
just
purple,
brown.
cause like all other colors don't matter.
You know, it's just brown. Pokey, I'm a boy. I'm not expert in hair color. That's the thing. Yeah, sometimes when it comes to like beauty and women, guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But that doesn't mean you don't have a reaction to whether something looks good or not, you know? Like just saying, I think that looks good. I think that looked bad. That's it. You know? You don't know you don't need to know the details, but you still have like an opinion. You know? You know? Us gay dudes got you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think we decided. Damn, I look white as hell. Okay, we decided on a warmer tone color. Poggers, we did it. We did something. Okay. Now, what's next? The haircut. Oui, oui. So, should I do long bangs like this? It is a shot like this. Ooh. Ooh, I kind of like this. Ooh. Ooh. Oui, oui. How. I like this. This is kind of nice. What do you think? Medium to long. All right, let me save it. It's hush cut. What the hell is a hush cut? It's the cut.
Jean Lee the
you do when
Amazing
you
tipped
shush.
$4.20. Warm tones will give your complexion more life, while cool tones might wash out your complexion. Long bangs allows for more play with hairstyles. Shorter bangs are super young / cute, but can be annoying to keep straight.
I feel like I should pay you for this consulting work. Take your $4.20 back. Take it back. Thank you very much. Dude, I actually love this kind of hair on a guy. Anyone in chat, there's that K-drama on Netflix with a guy who looked like this and he got with the older lady. What's the K-drama name? Not Business Proposal. The girl that does art. Netflix K-drama art. Oh no.
Shallow Truth tipped $2. No, listen, curtain bangs and reddish hair would work on you.
It's like an
I have a
older
baby
woman
face and
who
I'm
has a
also Mena
husband
it
and
looked
she
good when I did
cheated
it.
on him with this guy. No, listen, curtain bangs and reddish hair would look good on you. I have a baby face and I'm also... Oh. 1,000% opinion, but that dare hairstyle with like a deep red would be my choice. I don't know why I keep thinking a deep red will look bad on me. Okay, I have an idea.
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2. 1,000% opinion, but that their hairstyle with like a deep red would be my choice.
How about for this hair appointment, I will go warmer, and then I'll see if I like that, and then I can go redder.
I think her hair would look amazing on you.
Cynthia Liu. Guys, I can't do a vibrant color because a vibrant color like this requires bleach, and I don't want to bleach my hair. Come on. Bro, how come nobody remembers this K-drama? Did I make it up? Is it this? It's not that one. It's a lady who has kids and a husband, and Loki cheats on her husband with this younger, attractive guy, and she's an artist. It's not Nevertheless. Nevertheless, they're both in college. Reflection of You, thank you. Yes. The guy's hair. Man. The man love interest guy. Not this. Okay, so this is the husband. This is the guy that she cheats on him with. But he has like super wolf cut, right? But it's like, it was even longer than this sometimes. This is kind of, I mean, like, it's very medium length. Sad. This is the sister-in-law. I'm spoiling right now. So if you don't want to hear it, don't listen. Turn your ears off. This is the sister-in-law. And her husband beats her. Very sad. But she no leave him. Because she thinks she's the only one that can truly handle him. You know what I mean? But like, you're just romanticizing domestic abuse. But then, epic plot twist. She's actually a doctor. Okay. She's a doctor. And he gets in an accident. And she's one of the only doctors in like the state or country that is experienced enough to do the surgery that he needs. Okay. And she's like, don't worry guys, I will take this into my own hands. And then she remembers the main actress tells her something like, you gotta take your life in your own hands. She's about to perform surgery on her husband who is abusing her. And she turns him into a vegetable. Intentionally. As revenge. Bruh, isn't that shit crazy? Isn't that shit crazy? Yeah. Well, I don't know what vegetable, a cucumber? Wait, I hope vegetable's not a bad term. I didn't know how else to say, like, she renders him incapable of living, but like he can hear stuff. You know? Crazy. But she said that she could change him. Oh, she changed him. She changed him. Stop telling. My father is a carrot. I'm very offended. I mean, I don't know. Okay, I vibe with this. And I especially like it because I think I could wear my hair long and it would, my hair curly and it would still be good. Aw, that's so cute.
Cowboy Aquatica tipped $2. Where's the TV shows that as happy she's like a relationship that and toxic they do exist?
Watching a TV show about a happy relationship, like kill each other or something. That's what TV is for.
I saw you are on the highlights on bestoftwitch.com and it was funny because that video is so old and I wonder where did they find it, haha.
Okay, this is savage because you're implying it's not good. And I don't disagree with you, but guys, I'm gonna glow the fuck up. Okay, this is my henna right now. And, oh, by the way, I said it wrong yesterday. I said something about the Kardashians. She just said that she had celebrity clients. And I'm gonna be honest, she kind of fucked me up. Like, this is not it when it comes to henna. This is not it. Never. Listen, if you're gonna go get something like henna done, get it done by someone who's Middle Eastern or Indian because they're likely to have more experience, in my personal opinion. But This is gonna glow the fuck up, okay? It's gonna glow the fuck up. I'm gonna find someone who's really fucking good. Musa, thank you so much for the 50 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't copy on me. It's gonna happen. Also, not appropriation. Yeah, I don't really know what's appropriation or not. That's kind of stereotype in it. Saying that, no, I don't think so. That's like saying you're more likely to get good Middle Eastern food at an authentic Middle Eastern food. That doesn't mean that you won't get good food at a Middle Eastern place that is, you know, made by someone who doesn't come from that. But I mean, it is more likely that it will be more authentic
just
coming from the
sounds
place.
like real life to me. Omega lol.
Just like the ramen analogy. Yeah. We love that analogy. I'm overwhelmed by the amount of beauty on Pinterest. It's almost like confusing my brain. It's like, do I want to look like this or do I want to look like this? Go blue? I cannot dye my hair, y'all. Why did you put henna on just one hand? I only like having it on one hand. Two is kind of a lot. This case is taking over real world problems like the Ukraine and Russia stuff. I'm sorry to break it to you, but if it wasn't this, it would be something else that takes over it. That's just the news cycle, my guy. It's just a news cycle. What's with all the Asian hairstyles? Why not do a Moroccan hairstyle? It's just hair, bro. It's just hair. It's not even like like race. It's like style of hair. Like, is it straight? Is it curly? Is it, you know, here. What's a Moroccan hairstyle? Like, it's curly. This is a hair texture. This is not an actual style. But it looks freaking good. And I'm gonna be honest, guys. When it comes to Moroccan stuff, there is like nothing. There's just like nothing. There's like 3 Moroccan girls online, and I'm 2 of them. Like, what's this, bro? You know, you type in Moroccan hairstyle, and it's just girls with curly hair. Like, none of these are hairstyles. Or like bangs or whatever, you know? Aww! Oh my god. Yo, my eye is just attracted to the warm tones right now. It really is. It really is. Moroccan girls are just a myth. Just like the state of Montana. What the If anything, maybe I should type in wavy hairstyles because I wear my hair like this the most. Nothing's catching my eye. I'm trying to focus on bangs. Also, the trial will be back in 20 minutes. Should I do like this? Ooh. That does kind of like... It's quite flattering. Ah, it says it's because when your hair is like this, Your eyes go down and around the ear. Weird. But then when it's like this, it goes, ooh, down the jawline. Ooh, down the... Wow. Ah. Oh my god, it's crazy how much hair... I don't know, just changes the way someone can look. Interesting. I don't have a jawline. You can build one out. You can. All I know is no straight across bangs. But she looks so pretty! Oh, I can't make decisions. Ooh, I like this. Okay. So I feel like this is what I have Venus right now. And I've had Venus for a long time. Maybe instead of Venus, we want to do more of a Malibu or... Oh, no, wait, sorry. I have pony curl. I have pony curl. Maybe we want to do a waterfall. Do we want to do waterfall or do we want to do Malibu? You have waterfall right now? No, I don't. I am Omega Pony Curl. I'm Pony Curl, bro. I'm literally Pony Curl. I think. All right, how about this one? This one has more. Never mind, this is all about hats and stuff. Ooh, this is really cool, actually. This looks like Madison Beer. Is it Madison Beer? On God, can't tell. I like the hair color though. I think Wan Yang from IVE is the haircut you're looking for. I love when people recommend specific other people because it's much easier. Yes, a little bit, but not so in the middle. I'd want it a little bit more to the side.
Is it normal
I
they
like
even
the
sell
color.
in a...
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna save this one because I like the color. She's so cute. She's hot even while bald. She would look good. That is also the difficult thing. Like sometimes you see a girl and you're like, I love her hair. And you're like, okay, but she's so pretty. She probably would look good bald. Do I like the hair or do I just like the face? Impossible to tell. Oh. Okay, is there any other specific people you guys could suggest? This hair color. This hair color. This is the hair color. Is this a person? XQC. Yeah, let me just look like XQC for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. Oh. They're off for lunch break. It'll be back in 15 minutes. That's about to be me, guys. That's about to be me. Honey exit. Was that not what I typed in? Ooh. She has bangs though. I don't think I'm gonna do bangs. I think I'm gonna do long champ. Okay, let me go to the thing. And then, all right, so this is the little stuff I have saved. So maybe like a haircut like this and like this with this color-ish, a little bit lighter. Huh? Any similar images? What if I went this light? Like, is this too light? I will be like so orange. So like orange. But imagine my skin is white. See, I don't know how to explain that I want this, but I don't want this. I don't think I can pull this off. What is the difference between this and this? What is Alzang? Oh my god, I love this hair texture. Shot cute. This gives me kind of Middle Eastern vibes. I don't know what hair color she has, but I feel like that kind of worky. Who is this? She's so cute. She has curly hair. Do I have flux on? She's a Turkish actress. But my hair is curlier, so I can't base it off of like the bangs and stuff. All right, I think we kind of know what we're going for. What if I did Turkish hairstyle? Bro, I kid you not. There's just not enough Moroccan girls for me to base anything off of. Red. Not that red. See, that's what I mean. Sometimes when you say red, they're like this. I'm like, no. I don't mean red like that. What do you guys think aesthetic hair means? Okay. As much as I want to do this, it would require bleaching, I think. People just look so hot with like reddish hair. Like, what can I say? I think this is probably like as close as I can get. If you guys consider this red at all. It starts in 10 minutes. Yeah, I got my eye on the clock. love Alexandra's girly talk. I love her. Kim Jenny's hair. Kim Jenny. Yeah, I will not be bleaching my hair. Oh, this is just Jenny. I didn't know her last name was Kim. Okay, but she has a million hairstyles. I wish I had a glam team. Maybe I should get one. Like, there's just something about red, dude. There's something about red. There's something about red. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's something about red. Middle part bob goes hard. I'm not okay. I don't want to cut my hair or bleach my hair. I worry that this is like, it's just too red. Happy almost birthday, Tyler. This is too red. This is what I mean by too red. This at least still like looks a little brown, right? This is not okay. Can you guys see the numbers? Can you see the numbers? Yeah. Can you see the numbers? Okay, pick a number. I feel like right now I'm actually 5'3". Wow, a lot of you guys are saying 8'3", but that looks like very... That looks very orange to me. (7'3"). I feel like 7'3", but darker because 7'3" is so light. I think I'd have to bleach my hair. I will just ask the lady that's gonna do my hair probably. And I think it'll be fine. Long... Do you guys ever go to hairstylists and you're like, just make me pretty, and they actually do something good? Because that's the thing, like, I don't know. What do I want? Girl, I don't know. They fuck my shit up. The lady I'm going to should be good though. Oh my god, Meg! Girl, don't do it. I wasn't gonna do it. I was just thinking about it. This one I kind of like. No, 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 no. Like really just this one. Anyways, we'll see what she does to me. Hopefully it turns out not looking bad. The other thing I found out from my friends is oftentimes when you do some kind of like color, like a color that technically isn't natural, you might look good, like really done up, but without makeup, you look a little crazy. You know? And I don't want to feel, I don't want to feel that way. Yeah, and it can fade. A lot of upkeep. I think maroon hair is too red. Yeah, like this, that's a lot of dyeing. Dead. I don't want like a super unnatural color. Not that they're bad. It's just like when you have naturally curly hair and you use heat on it a lot, you kind of gotta pick and choose your battles. You can't use heat on your color and dye it a crazy color and bleach it. Like that's a lot, right? In my opinion, you should either use heat on your hair or bleach and dye it. Don't do both because your hair is gonna explode. Ooh, search by hair. Yo, Pinterest? Pinterest knows what they doing. I need to wear my hair curly more. Point blank period. Hi, Mushy. Hello. 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 Oh my gosh. Are you here for Johnny Depp or Amber Heard? Whose team are you on, Mimi? Tell the world. She said, I don't give a fuck. Amber Turd. That will never not make me laugh. Well, it's a cat. I thought it was a dog. Y'all have never seen a pet in your life and it shows. Weird champ. Is a new tattoo coming? I would need an old one to have a new one. Are you going to TwitchCon? I am. I love the Mega Pint thing. That's such a good meme. A Mega Point. What if I got curly extensions? So when I wore my hair curly, it was even longer. I wonder if that's like a thing. Because I really like my hair curly, but you know, when it starts to, it's so much shorter. Oh, the trial is live, isn't it? Boom. Oh no. Oh no. Guys. She's on it again. The other day, I lost a ranked game because she pressed the power button on my PC. Please don't do it. Girl, don't do it. Mimi, do not do it, okay? Please. You did it the other day. Please do not do it. At the very least, if she does it, it'll be content this time. I got the camera on you. They're gonna see. Okay?
Yes.
They're gonna know it's you. She looks away. It was me. Your paw is dangerously close, sweetie. Okay. I'm looking at you. Oh, fuck, sorry.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. All right. Your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard
thank
to the
God.
stand.
All right.
Amber Laura.
I do.
Let me get off of the... Bro, we got the content today. Oh my God. That's fucking hype. Thank you for standing.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
Will you please state your name
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
and what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you?
Yucca?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And
Happy
do you
belated.
have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's
Oh,
one.
hold on. Let me move my stuff.
And what is your profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
Amber's Yucca.
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
She's like,
I
where do I begin?
struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I
Why are you guys saying she's
knew,
alting?
some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life.
Alting?
Speak about our lives in the way that they have.
I'm surprised she's struggling so much to say things.
This has
It's like,
been
haven't you been
this is
thinking about this the whole
most
time?
painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
For sure.
Now,
On God, for
There
sure.
was a trial in the UK
No
in
cap.
July
This is
of
the most painful thing I've
2020
ever gone
where
through.
Mr.
No
Depp
cap.
had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was,
Was
a
it
witness.
painful
I
when
suppose
you
the
pooped on
primary
his bed?
witness, since
Or
I
was it
dealt
a
with the
relatively
truth of
healthy bowel movement?
the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
I would be interested.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I said, for example. Duh.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber.
Okay,
I'm going
so
to
it's
take
been
you
very
back, and if you can
difficult.
just tell the jury a little bit about your background.
Is it
tell
weird?
us where you grew up.
To me,
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside
I
of Austin
feel
that
like-
you probably haven't heard of. No one has.
the first words I would think of
I was
is
raised
not just
by
difficult.
My mother and my father.
Like, I would say it's like
and I grew up with a
heart-wrenching.
little sister.
It's really hurtful that he would try to like twist
your
the
little
story if
sister's
that was the
name is,
case.
Her name is Wit.
But I think she's saying it's hard, maybe because it's hard for her to win.
Age differences there between the two of you.
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses,
And
and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
Some of these questions are like,
and
who
what
asked?
did your mom do?
Like your lawyer asked, but
She
you know,
worked for the state of Texas.
objection, relevancy.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Her reaction, she's like, huh? I'm
Just
kind
gotta
of
stay on,
surprised.
basically.
I don't know. Surprised she's reacting.
I
that
would
way.
help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had, so it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to
Stop trying to make
react
us
to
feel
the
bad for you,
horses?
Satan.
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear.
I'm surprised he's not
get
looking at her
intimidated,
at all.
Not show fear. Be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a
So
little bit
that's me,
about
tough and
your
calm and
educational
not showing fear.
background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could, and I wanted to do
Johnny
things with my
Depp's
life and stay in Texas.
notes be like,
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town.
oh my God, someone said she's a horse
Wealthier
girl. That
part of
explains
town.
it.
And, I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work?
I feel like this
during
is just
those
like a
younger
flex
years?
off. Oh, wow.
I took any job that I could. I
had
worked
a
at my father's
scholarship, you
construction
had an
company, sometimes,
Wow.
just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered
I'm
photography
not just
classes,
pretty
makeup
and an
classes,
actress.
hair and makeup
I had
classes
A's
for
when I was
people that were
16.
pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do?
Sorry,
when
I'm
you
res
were still
sleeping
young?
at her
It
autobiography.
started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it
Objection.
meant I
Coco.
wasn't at home, and it was important
Objection,
to me is just
kinda
to
boring.
not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year.
Objection. Who asked?
For about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's,
I don't really know
museums.
what to take away from the fact that, like, she's kind of stuttering a lot and saying
Most
num
of these
num
soup
num
kitchens
num
and
num num num
things
num
involve
num.
children. I worked at with deaf kids for a while. And
Sorry, I'm gonna mute her for a second just so we can talk about that. Maybe she's just nervous. She seems to kind of be like over explaining, but actually, one of my friends was recently in like a pretty intense court case, and he told me he related a lot to seeing Johnny Depp talk because he also, like, during his court case, when he had to speak, he realized that because you have to be so worried about every word you say because you don't want to misspeak, you like tend to speak very slowly. I just feel like her pattern of talking is
Out of high school
really,
early.
really different.
later on, but I would audit classes. The teachers never
Which, and like, I know we're memeing about the bias thing.
class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able.
To me, it just reads as like
I think
over
the
explaining a
majority
little
of 2
bit. Yeah.
semesters, and that's
Like she's
also-
trying a little too
learn.
hard.
So how did you end
To come
up
off
in
a
Los
certain way.
Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard
feel like I'm
about
at
you in this town, and
A panel.
I'd love to meet you in LA.
Like,
if
where you
you're
go
ever
and you
out
talk to people, say
in
like,
LA. And
how I
was
got
like,
into the industry.
when can I come? And she
And she's like, well,
made an
actually,
appointment with me.
I
the
did a lot of
following week, and I
networking
used
and no job was too
all
small.
but $180 or something.
I got my GED at 16.
To get out there, and I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since.
Do you hate panels? No.
So when you
It's just
arrived
weird
in Hollywood, please tell
considering the
jury
context.
what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could.
To be fair,
myself
they
out
did
there.
ask
I didn't have
Johnny
car, because
a
those
lot
are
of these same
expensive.
questions.
So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day, and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of the bus I was taking, and I just hustled from one audition to the other, and I got a bit.
Okay, I'm pausing because what I'm realizing differentiating between when Depp spoke about kind of like his come up in the industry and how he initially didn't really want to be an actor and blah, blah, blah. He kind of talked the same way very normally. And your takeaway was just that this is something he kind of fell into. And it was a byproduct of him pretty matter-of-factly saying how he came to be who he is today. Whereas with her, I feel like she's trying so hard to go heavy on details that will make you think she's like a really hardworking, hustle, bustle kind of gal that just really climbed her way up the ladder. And it's just so try hard. Whereas with him, it was like, oh, you just took away certain things from him stating matter-of-factly how his life kind of unfolded.
Out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time
Congrats,
that you
you're the only
auditioned
person who's ever done
for
that.
the Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for the Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You know, you get a call back, as they say, and I think I had
As they say.
at least one, maybe two
I don't know
callbacks
this case. What is
with the
THS
director, and
case
then
about?
I got a
What's
call
your take?
saying that Johnny, who at the
It's a lot
time
to explain. I'll
was,
explain maybe during a
I
break.
think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal
is
to
her
him.
biggest
He was
role yet.
reprising his
Lovable,
role as his
charismatic
late
person.
friend, Hunter S. Thompson.
I'll give her a 2 out of
It was a
5.
very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those
Took the
few hours?
bus.
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, you know, obscure writers and, you know, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic, and you know, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me, and we spent the whole time just
Books.
talking about
Books.
things that we care about. And
Wow. Carrie.
I was so surprised that somebody, you know,
Books?
I knew who
Rocket
he was. I
Sky
wasn't
tipped $2.
familiar.
No one
you know, I
Amber
wasn't
heard.
a fan of
It's
his work.
about
I wasn't
tribe.
familiar with him,
It's
but I
about
knew who
power.
he
We
was,
stay
and he was
hungry.
one of
We
the most
devour.
famous
Put in
people
the
in the world.
work. Put in the
So it
hours
was
and take
already
what's
a weird
ours.
thing to go and get called into his office. And you know, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think, and
I'm curious why she's saying actor, not
I thought it was
actress.
unusual.
Not that it's bad.
was weird
I'm just
because
curious
he's-
if there's like a reason.
He was twice my age, and he's this world-famous actor, and here we are getting along about obscure books.
Books.
And
Wow,
weird, you
books.
know, old blues, and we just, it was, I thought it was remarkable. You know, I just hadn't really-
Wait. Do you
thought it was
guys
unusual
read
and
or
remarkable.
something?
I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be
Hold up,
cast for the
literate?
role in the Rum Diary?
Wait, both
Yes,
of you
a few
guys
days
were literate
later,
and you
my
both read.
agent,
That's
said
crazy.
that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings. I pick it up and I hear, you know, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got the, you know, you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid." I was like,
And
amazed,
please describe for the jury what that means.
amazed.
Please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum
Weird.
Diary? And
Understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend.
That felt weird.
And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And
Because I feel like if you're amazed, you're like happy. You're not like rolling your eyes.
so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, you know, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
Yeah, you
So
said that
did
4
there come a
times
time
already.
that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite
That
sure
kind
how
of tells
much.
me that maybe she
I
holds
think I
on
started
to
filming
things like that.
Amber says
and
she
maybe
could
treatment.
March
hide the bruises with
2009.
all her makeup
And where
skills,
did
but
you
she
film
couldn't
the
even be
Rum
bothered to wash her hair
We
for
shot it in
court.
Puerto Rico.
I think her hair looks fine.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your
Cake Lady
interactions with
tipped
Mr. Depp during
$2.
that time.
Fire henna pokey. Eid
It was a
Mubarak.
bit
Peter
surreal,
clap.
you know, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so everything really looked beautiful. And, you know, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, you know, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set,
She's not
reading
doing a good job.
my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we
Like
had
if you're
hot
gonna
days
choose
filming,
something, just talk
you know, there'd be
slow
this big SUV pull up
and proper,
a security guard would
not
kind of
nervous and
usher me into
unsure.
this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the
It's
SUV,
better to take a pause than to
just thinking
say
what a strange
4
experience
times.
the whole thing was. And you know, we didn't.
Why you hating
really
on the
have a
woman?
whole
I'm
lot
not
of
trying to hate. I just think
interaction
obviously we're here to,
on
you know,
set
analyze whatever we can, even if we
until,
don't know much. And I think it's just fun
until
and entertaining to
we
do that.
did a scene
'Cause
that
it can be
involved,
reflective of, like, where
kissing.
she's
We
coming
had
from.
a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal. It didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you
Like
have to
what?
do that sort of.
Darth Har
Scene.
tipped $2. I've
And
heard
you
a
don't,
criticism
like,
that this case is only getting.
You don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it
Like
just
what?
felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he
specific. Give us
grabbed my
details.
face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think.
I feel like
Maybe
she's
my
trying to
23rd
describe
birthday
her
there.
sentiments.
And what, if anything,
But
did
she's like,
Mr.
there's
Depp
certain
do
things
for
you
your
don't do,
birthday?
but like she wasn't detailed in that.
Well,
So I think
we were
that's just how
already
she
kind
felt.
of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He
books.
gave me a few really beautiful poetry books.
Wow.
And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And
Did you read the book?
yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up
She might have read the book.
visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think there was.
I wanna
we
know.
would hang out if after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, talking about things and would continue the conversation into the trailer. Often with the director, Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed, and I was, going on about how great this.
It's interesting
bargain
because
wine was. And
they had their
I didn't
wine guy.
understand, how much more sophisticated
And
Johnny's
he
taste in
said
wine was. So I was
that
going on
Johnny,
about
like,
the
never
virtues of
drinks wine?
Malbec or something, and
Or
I brought
rarely
him
drinks
a
wine?
bottle
In comparison to her?
this wine, and I set it down, and at some point I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up, and
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene. It was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era. on.
I think
And
they're
the scene
trying
involved
to
me
paint
changing.
him
So I had all the
as like
the
a
costume
pervy
on.
old man.
And he kind of picked up
By
the
like,
back
yeah,
of
we did a
my
kissing
robe with
scene. He stuck his
boot.
tongue down my throat, and then he kicked
And
up
I
my
kind of turned
robe.
around and like laughed, like giggled, you know. I didn't feel, I just didn't, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and
Oh, so he's Lamont.
batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this like bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said,
Maybe he's
yum.
just staying looking.
And he kind of like lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, you know, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, you know, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that was
This
that
shit
would be on the scale
messy.
of my job, for sure. Johnny
Someone said Johnny is solving today's Wordle.
clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, you know, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and, you know,
too?
it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling
Okay,
kind
that's
of
a little fucked
intimidated
up, I won't
and
lie.
a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship,
It's
so
frozen.
we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's so. Approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico?
I will
for
say
the
it was
Rum Diary?
it was pretty
few
messed
months.
up of him to
Puerto Rico and the filming. When is the
do
next
that
time that you
when in a
had any
relationship.
contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, in Beverly Hills, and it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number, so it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, you know, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled, you know, that didn't know what else to do.
What if any
Startled
gifts
about
did
what?
Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books,
expensive
items.
What I can only assume.
And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery. I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Send it back." And she did, and she indicated that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back.
Wait,
because I wasn't there
partner,
and I wouldn't have
like
accepted
she had
it
a
anyway.
girlfriend?
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to
But she had a wife?
2.5 years after you filmed?
She had a wife that she punched too. Wait, what?
I'm an actress,
Joel,
not
bring her on
a
the
mathematician for a
stand.
reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a
Wait,
a
do you mean
movie
the
once it's
wife
completed,
beat her, or she
and,
beat the-
if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities,
She beat her wife?
like London or New York, and you
When did that come out?
do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film, and you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that.
I hope
and
they
got a phone
ask her
call
about her
saying,
former partner.
Remember that movie you did
Bro,
in Puerto Rico?
the most... When they get to cross and his lawyers get to question her,
well,
it's going to be
perfect
so
timing.
fucking juicy because we'll be able to see
we
how
did
she
that, I think,
answers when she
October,
has
late
no
October,
prep whatsoever.
2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions
wait.
with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the first stop, the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day, and then at the end of it, I was invited
Is it going to happen today? It should,
by
I
Johnny
think.
to come up to his room
And yeah, her lawyers probably prepped
to
her for
have
some
a
things, but
drink
not everything.
with him and the director
We'll be able to tell.
of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce, but as soon as I got there, Johnny said
Kami
Bruce wasn't
tipped
going to
$2.
make it.
Notice
So
how
I
Johnny
stayed.
hasn't looked at her once,
Johnny and
but
I
she
started
could just
talking.
stare daggers at him while he was on the stand.
He asked me about my relationship. I said, well,
True.
I'm going.
But I kind of figured maybe
going
he's
through it.
looking away.
I'm going
as
through
to not
the
show any
separation right now,
reaction.
and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been.
His lawyers probably told him to look
can't remember
away so
exactly
there's
how
no
long he said it
reaction
had
that
been,
people
but
can
that
interpret
he'd split
anything
from
off
the
of.
mother his kids,
And I find it really funny that her
said that
lawyers
he
didn't
understood.
tell her that.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine. And
And I'm pretty
continued
sure
to
he's
talk,
supposed to like jot
and
down things that
talking
maybe they
became
should
us-
know. Like his lawyers should know to ask her.
reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry.
Wish
It's hard to
lawyers.
explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and
About books?
it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway.
mean, it's
and
funny.
It was
I mean,
instant again. I was like, whoa.
20th century. There's electricity in
So
most rooms.
on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up
21st century.
and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene.
Mm-hmm.
And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour.
Like the
And
books?
we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. We're flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together, and.
I feel like she's
we were falling in
romanticizing a
love.
lot of it
was
from
just,
her
at the first dinner in
perspective.
London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film, and
Like she's
was a
reading
part of
into shit a lot. Even
controlling the film,
the
and was
beginning.
responsible for different things. And I was
even
as
the
a small-
on-screen kiss.
as an actor having a small part in it. And
Because she didn't
we went on this
specify
press tour,
ways that it was
and
different. Like maybe
I
aside
think
from
in
the
London,
tongue.
he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, we were it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how
And
long
this isn't to
approximately did the
say-
press tour go?
This isn't to say that anything she's saying is wrong. I mean, like, obviously they did get married.
It lasted. I think, there were.
But
press
seeing the way that they
engagements in the
both
city for a few days and then another.
speak on the stand makes me realize that when you say things in a very matter-of-factly way and you let people interpret what they want to interpret, that's so much
month,
better
I'm
than
guessing.
trying to convince them so
when you
hard of
returned
something.
to Los Angeles, what, if anything,
Does that make
took
sense?
place with any
So
relationship
it's like
with
two
Mr.
very
Depp?
different styles.
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because
She's speaking really
he wasn't,
subjectively.
that the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? And I'd ask him, no, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So
That's
we were
true.
secretly dating, and then
Which is very unfair.
it was beautiful. It was I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood.
Seems like a situation where they both like
Where I
became
came
attracted
from.
to each other
I
when they
felt
were in a
like-
relationship and then broke up and then got together.
I felt that like when I was around.
But yeah,
Johnny, I
if they were
felt like the most
together right
beautiful
after
person in the
his
whole world.
divorce, people would make it sound really
It
bad for
made
her.
me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, he's just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger. And I had only been with him days, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow,
many homes,
as we would say.
easy.
Just music and the kind of books that we both loved and poetry that we both knew by heart, and it was
Okay, high
it
key,
felt
I'm
like
feeling the acting
it felt
vibes.
like a dream.
Not to say that like
felt
all
like-
these things didn't occur,
Absolute magic.
but also that she's laying it on a
So,
little thick.
While
Which
you're
again doesn't
dating,
mean it
I
didn't
take you're
happen.
dating at this point, right?
But yeah, she milking it.
Sorry.
While you're
if I didn't make that
while you're
clear, yeah.
falling in love, you're also dating, right?
I almost feel bad for her because
Did there come a time early?
as someone who's been in the public eye for a long time, I've had to learn that oftentimes the harder you try to convince people of something, the less likely they are to believe you. And she's trying to convince them really fucking hard. And it kind of pisses me off that her lawyers, I feel like they didn't prep her very well.
On that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island.
Yes. So shortly after, we, I think, started dating October of 2011, and as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for
They didn't
3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me, or just
Okay,
talking.
Titanic.
And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared. at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue,
do you
and
need-
would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island, and I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays. And I
There's
kind of
multiple
rerouted
homes
my
around the
trip to-
world.
so I could come and
Oh,
land
and then
in
I learned
LA
he had
instead of-
an
I mean,
island.
I'm landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea.
Okay.
And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really
Oh,
seriously.
is
I
it
missed before, but
mushroom
really,
tea?
Really loves tea. And we had this beautiful
Tea
I don't
and
know,
books,
less
got
than a
it.
week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't. I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time, and
Michael _Jordan
I
cheered
fell head over
200
heels in love with
bits.
this man.
It was unlike Donkey Kong.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
Nothing.
What I always do, I would just be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next. Mostly.
But how did
not
you go to
filming
the
in LA,
Bahamas
so
if you're-
weirdly you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble. Like
What's an alt?
insular
It's kind of
bubble
like
with
when her acting
beautiful,
chops
blaringly loud music and
just
no
start,
one
like,
else
overheating.
and nothing else. And then
overheating.
I'd
And
go
the
off
tears?
to work.
Well, the
And so
sound of crying, but
eventually,
not
yeah,
actual
he
tears.
left to shoot Lone
you know?
Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid-2012, is that right, when he was shooting that?
That sounds right, mid 2012, yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part
The lawyer had to remind her.
in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin.
You remember a
but,
lot about
you
your
know,
relationship with him, and
I
not
think
what
Johnny was
you were
shooting and then
filming
having some
at
time
the
off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So
Okay.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And
Wow, wifey.
it was, we would have
Amazing.
these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest as he was filming. And at the time,
Where she cooked
Johnny had,
and
when I
painted.
first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
What? Why is she putting such
And
an
so-
emphasis on that?
We've heard a little testimony about
That is so
boots. What, if anything,
weird.
did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
A lot of
Alana
tea.
Conda cheered 200 bits.
I
Objection. Hearsay.
suppose that I took off
I
his
feel like
boots,
this is leading up to
and made an
her
impression on him,
saying
and
that there was
I
shroom in the
I was happy
tea,
to,
but-
anything I can do to show love, certainly how
Bro,
I felt
she
about him.
pushing it.
But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What if anything did you do with respect
A
to
mega pint
knives
of
during the
tea.
time period you were with him? in the
Did he
Lone Ranger?
smirk?
Objection leading.
What if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and
Okay.
that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise. And
Wait, I thought it was
he
a
has
color.
He loved knives. He loves a lot of
What is
things.
turquoise?
When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, and lots of it. So he had these daggers.
Yeah,
that
but
he'd
she said
given
it
me
happens
that
a
really,
lot.
They were beautiful in design.
It's a rock? Yeah, what happens a lot?
They're long curved daggers.
Never mind.
And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I,
What is it?
thought was romantic.
Okay.
As
What is it?
funny as that is to say now.
What?
And
Why
what
is
was
it funny?
The expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time
Hasta
that
la
you're
morte.
visiting Mr. Depp,
Y'all thought that was
in-
the alt? Got
during
it.
his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August
That I thought
2012 time
was
frame,
romantic.
What
As
if
funny
any
as it is
relationship
now.
has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny
As funny
was
as it is now.
so kind, so generous to my family, but especially
The
especially my mom and
scriptwriters.
dad. He met my dad, and my
need to
dad's
hire
a big
some new ones.
personality. He's a rowdy guy, and
My dad's just quirky.
Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a all of a sudden Johnny had this southern accent and was really like buddies with him, and they really seemed to get along.
Do you think
Very
Johnny
well.
was trolling her dad?
Just like instantly, he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns. He gave him knives. They had this. I mean, Johnny just really showered
pretending
my dad.
to
My
have an
dad's
accent.
a working man.
No joke. When I met my cousin's boyfriend for the first time ever, he had the heaviest K-Kona accent for 15 minutes. Until I turned to him and I said, that accent is fake, right? And he's like, fuck, how'd you know? In an American-ass accent. I was, huh? And she played along the whole time. She was crazy.
And salt of the earth guy, and he was just like, floored. He's getting all these. And my dad's a working man, really found with them that,
The way you convince an audience
it was
is by
he tried to
telling them
do anything
facts
that
and letting them make up their own decision. It's like when
make
someone
them
says,
feel
I'm a nice
like
guy. Like, just be nice and I'll think you're nice. If you say you're nice, you're probably not fucking nice. So when she's trying so hard to put emphasis on things, it sounds so disingenuous. He's a hardworking guy,
Johnny's
and I was hardworking when I
so
did this, and I
generous and can be
hustled and
this really-
bustled and books.
overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, I
can see him being the
in
love
his
bombing
access and
type,
means to really,
but I also think
we're
when
not
you
talking about
have a
giving
lot
you
of
card
money, like it
or, talking
feels
about just
really
these,
nice to buy things for
extravagant
people.
trips or these extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on.
I love
on
to
my
do that
friends.
with my friends too,
And
and
had a
their
pretty
friends.
Strong support network with them, and he really just showered them with generosity and
really
love
do.
and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew.
I just all of my
It's
normie friends,
incredibly generous.
whether like my friend Diana in
To the filming of The
Toronto
Lone
or some
Ranger,
friends
what,
in
if anything,
LA,
did Mr. Depp do with
I
respect
end up
to
buying them the most random shit. I'm so sorry to talk about me for 10 seconds, but literally I bought her and her roommates, I bought them a couch. I bought my other friends that recently moved in a kitchen island. It's just nice when like you have people that you know are good. I
Objection
know it's the
leading.
most random thing, but like, you know, I know that like they're either in school or they're just starting their first jobs, and I'm like, why don't I help you guys in some way?
And I, of course.
So I think when she's trying to make his generosity
Extravagant.
sound weird, it's like,
there's
that's
no
not
way I could
weird.
accept that. That's how will I
Considering
care
the
about-
position
it's
he's
just
in,
so
I don't think it's
extravagant.
weird
So
at
I said
all.
no, of course. Eventually, he
So
got
sorry.
ahold
I'm
of
not
my
saying that so you guys are like, that's nice of you. I'm trying to say,
worked it
like,
out
once
with
you
my
get
dad
to a certain
what kind
point
of
that you can
horse to
help
buy,
others,
and then showed me a
sometimes you
picture
do
of
get
this
to a point where
horse.
you
He
seem
said,
overly generous.
it's yours.
So I just don't find that weird on his perspective.
It's coming here. I think it was being transported, and he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And you know, I grew up on my dad's horses. You know, I grew up riding with my dad. So, you know, I went. I had resisted for I think about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept. To all of a sudden I had a colt.
Huh?
So,
What's a cult?
so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship
cult.
evolved?
Oh, a gun?
To 2012.
Or a colt horse? Oh, it's a baby horse. Oh, he
It
bought
was
her a
always
horse.
intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way.
Well, Johnny's an intense guy, and you're an intense girl.
When I was with him, you know,
Colt 45 and 2
I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It
That
was
is an
just,
alt plus
you know,
one.
I was head
Like,
over
girl,
heels
you've been in love.
And
Yeah, you know how
he
infatuation
felt like that
feels.
to me.
It feels like
He
that.
felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that.
Who
you know?
asked?
I mean,
No offense. Give us the facts.
and then he would,
Is that a plus two?
he
Bro.
started to kind of do this thing again where he'd
losing track.
disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different.
And I've started
And
imagining
I'd
it
say
after every
something
sentence she
and
says. By the way, thank you
He'd
guys so much
accuse
for
me
the
of saying
subs.
something
Welcome.
else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically.
For Cake Lady
tried to,
tipped $2.
you know, he would
She
make these
probably
comments
just
about,
felt sick from drinking all that
you know,
tea.
whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting.
Huh?
He started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role. in this
No
way where
meme
they
that
were
sounds like something an
worthless
older
whores,
guy
they
would
were,
say.
you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this. The point is, it felt
You know?
really dirty.
Is that just
to be an
me?
actor. Never mind that he was one.
I can imagine like a
It was
50-year-old
more-
dude
it
be
was
like,
dirty that I wanted
you're
to do
whoring
this job that I
yourself
wanted to do when I
out.
was
But
doing
like,
the job of
that's
an actress.
just,
It was everything every
like, is it a good thing to say?
time I was walking out
No.
of the house, he
What?
asked me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid?" Oh, I see. You know, I wore a dress to an
Kid?
event once, and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and
It's not
I
stupid.
showed him because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, you know, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He didn't.
But is it not
wasn't
weird
saying
to
anything
call
about
your
it. You know, I left him
partner
to go
a
do this red
kid?
carpet, and I was like, did you see the event I went to? Basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, did you see that? I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me, didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. My dress was slow cut. I get it. Slow cut. But I felt, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, he's right. You start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first,
Bro, I for sure believe that their relationship was toxic and weird. I just don't believe that he hit her.
Smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. Is what it started.
I know a
with.
lot of you guys are like,
Glass,
don't believe a word she
threw
says.
Glass at me, and
I think she's
remember it was summer.
delusional.
And
But I
he just
still
threw
think
this glass
their
across the kitchen,
relationship
and
was weird, and some of the
it
things
didn't
she's
hit
saying
me,
are
but
true.
It shattered
I don't
behind
think
me,
he
and I remember
beat her,
thinking
though.
that it
So I don't
very
think it was
easily
fair
could
for her
have
to
hit
call
me.
him
And
like a physical abuser.
calling me a whore. It didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. Like when I'm standing there,
Diet
just hit
James
the wall,
tipped
screaming.
$2. She's an actress, not a writer. That's
but
why the script is cringe.
Then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he'd done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this wonderful, almost just unreal, but real, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved.
That's an alt.
And he would make me feel so loved. I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop in that
She
first year.
memorized the whole script.
Do
Low-key.
you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
Oh my god, I actually feel like he's not gonna win the jury,
This
or
is-
not the case.
It
But at
seemed
least
so
he'll win over
stupid,
kind of like his
so
reputation.
Insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation. There was no fighting, no argument, nothing.
Bro.
And he was
I
drinking.
feel
and,
bad. Like,
I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said it says wino. It says wino. And
what is wino?
I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that
wino?
at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking.
Why
And
no?
slapped me across the face. And I laughed.
Why Nona?
I laughed because
Huh?
I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke. But he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch. You think you're a funny bitch." And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do.
I would.
And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking. Because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet.
But
looking
you
at the
said he
dirty
hit you.
carpet.
He slapped you
How I wound
hard.
up on this carpet and why I was
How was it hard but it doesn't hurt?
why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have till I figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't
Ice
hit
away, he
a
tipped
woman.
$4.20.
You can't hit
Even
anyone. You can't
Gordon
just-
Ramsay
You can't
behind
hit
you
a
is
man.
flabbergasted at this monstrosity.
I knew there was no, I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. But I was just looking at the
Lifesaver cheered
dirty
1,000.
carpet trying to
I
will myself
100%
to get
believe
up,
her, and she is brave to stand up for
to
herself.
walk out
She must
of
be
the door, because I
emotionally a
knew I
mess.
needed to.
We will talk about
I
like
really slowly
the possibility that she
stood
is
up, and I
telling the
remember
truth.
looking at him in the eye and just
I just don't wanna
looking at
interrupt
him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like, I had never seen
Oh my
an
god, I'd
adult
be
man
so
cry.
interested to hear him
I didn't even
explain
really
this
see
or
my
say
dad
whether
cry
it
at
never
my
happened
grandma's
or
funeral.
whatever.
You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, "I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done." But honestly,
Even
This
tipped
is so
$2.
dramatic.
And
Why no? Why no poop on other side of bed?
I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos. like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a
so
point
weird
to
sometimes.
not say, "Oh, it's okay" or anything like
I've
that.
seen
I
the
just
health
didn't
class
say
video.
anything. I got up. I went to the car. I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window.
It's like a YouTube
And I remember
story
just
time
seeing my breath on the
instead of like
on
someone
the
on a
windshield, on the glass of
taking the stand.
of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time, and I eventually
he was like,
turned the key and
God, I
drove
wish we
home.
got more reaction out of him. But I understand also why he can't.
And what did you do after that?
I don't know.
Y'all really want me to
I
continue?
don't remember what I did when I got home.
All right,
I don't remember.
9001.
I went to my therapist. I told her
Objection, hearsay.
I
I'll sustain it as to what she may have told her.
went home, and a few days later started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, he said, "I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you," and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, he understood I could never forgive him.
To be honest, I do
So I felt
believe some of those. Oh, yeah, she
safe
should
in
show the
saying,
text.
"Okay, let's have a talk," or, "Yeah, we'll talk."
Wait, yeah, she should show the text.
I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple cases, actually, of that baby.
I have like every single text I've received in the last 5 years.
Which is a really
Just in
nice,
case.
expensive wine that I could never,
Just in
at that
case.
time, dream of affording, And we talk, and he
Just in case, bro.
tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him.
And it very
That
much
it would
came in
never happen
handy.
again. Of course, it would
a
never
time or
happen
two.
again. That he'd put this thing away. He'd killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. "I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again."
Shut up, chat. Be like, oh,
And-
we know.
I wanted to believe him. So I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship.
Yeah, I did. I believed it. But, I believed it wouldn't.
Napalm tipped $4.20.
I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross
Johnny
again,
Depp
and that
in
was it.
$1.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Wait, that one text, if he really sent that, would be like the nail in the coffin. It's him admitting that he hit her.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe
I
for
would
the
rather
jury
cut off my hand than lay it on you again. Where is it? Show
the
it.
evolution of your relationship after that?
And then
too?
the whole
With Johnny.
narrative would change.
I don't.
I wish they would ask, at the
I don't know
very
how long
least.
It was until
Just
things got
ask.
bad
Like, oh, did you
again.
stop that text? No, my phone fell in a ditch. I don't
he
fucking
did
know.
start
But, give us a
drinking
reason
again.
why you don't have it.
I remember it was almost, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk. And
So why did she say a
kind of
lot of
accusing me,
tea
but not
before?
directly. It Was
that just about the
very direct. It was a
alcohol?
lot of accusations, but they were veiled.
Whose side is Pokey on?
You know, what I was wearing, who I was with. Why
I
didn't
think
text him back? I
everybody-
didn't text him back right away.
Considering the coverage
when
on this
this
is
is
a
when I
little
was at my place
biased
in
towards
Orange.
Johnny, but I'm
Sometimes
here
he'd show up
to hear everybody
to
out
catch
and
me.
talk about it. You know?
Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving,
Another
like,
smirk.
sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would
Velvety?
be something I said. Why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row, and when I came back, he was angry at me, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect, and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head, which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, you know, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never. The normal things.
The normal
And
things. Her memory is
they would
insane, but
escalate
she didn't remember
to the
what
point
film
where
she was
he'd push me or
doing
shut
during
me
that
down,
time.
and then I'd get
It's a
back
little
up.
surprising.
And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I'd get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of
Diet
defending
James
myself
tipped
at that time.
$2. If she had the text, her
And
lawyers
I'd
would
look
have
at him.
brought it up
I
straight
know,
away.
but
Asked me if I
if you're not
wanted
going to
to
bring
go
it up,
again.
at least tell us why.
He shoved me back down. Eventually, it just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry,
What number?
defendants 1783?
1783, thank you.
We can give that a +1. That was a good reenactment. You fucking
Do you recognize this
I like that.
picture?
Yes, I do.
Sorry.
And could you
I
tell us
feel
what it
bad
is?
kind of joking about this,
it's
but
a
it is being
picture of my
showcased in a
face
sense
with,
as entertainment, but also I don't want to make
A
light
note
of
that
like
Johnny
actual
left
physical abuse.
for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes as embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
It was
Let me ask it a
became.
different way.
Thank you.
Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
I want to see it.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we
Okay,
approach?
sure.
Damn. The way she speaks is so confusing and unclear. And that's the troubling thing. Like, it's called acting,
Nicking
then it's not very
150
good.
tipped
She should act
$4.20. Her descriptions are so long-winded.
not
She's
so
either got
nervous.
crystal clear memory or
But it's
she's
also
so
like-
desperate to seem five-head.
I would understand being nervous in this situation. It's confusing, you know? Like, I just don't know what to take away from it. Ooh, I didn't see that interview. This is exactly what Dr. Curry said about her. She would say a lot and emotionally, but you'd be left feeling like she hadn't said anything.
Pixel
It's a lot of
_
very
kid 98
subjective-
tipped $2. This is giving Jussie Smollett type acting during the interview he did. Duelist tipped $2. I believe Amber Heard was abused, and I don't find any of this funny
Will
or
you please
light-hearted.
describe
This is the
for
testimony of a
jury,
flawed, imperfect person who
I
was
think
in a
that's a
toxic
completely
relationship.
fair
with
opinion.
Mr. Depp through 2012.
I'm still waiting to get a little
So,
bit more out of both of them
In 2012,
before
the violence
taking
was
a more intense stance, but they
you
for
know,
sure were both
relative to
very
what it
toxic
became,
to each
pretty-
other.
slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against.
K
So it
underscore
would
oil
shift
underscore
from,
TTV tipped $2.
a rumor he had heard
What's
that
this?
I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I'd have I
Now,
had
Ed
had
tipped
something with, and I
$2.
was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells,
Anyone who's
accusations,
been
and then he would explode.
In a toxic relationship, y'all know that
It
shit is
started with
common.
throwing things,
I've been there.
destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember.
So I believe
the
these
screaming
things
at
that
me
she's
was
saying.
the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had
Fire
done.
underscore Fato
I had to
07
defend
tipped
myself.
$2.
I had to
Hey,
tell him,
Poki.
so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations
We haven't
while I'm
made our
trying
minds
to
up yet.
dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I'd try to, not in 2012 so much. At that time,
Did
I
he
was
smirk?
mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it, but at the time in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life, and with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great, and we would be good again, and he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving, and we'd be back in.
It's
in,
like,
in
yeah,
the
we
good
see the
bubble,
narrative you're
the
trying
warm
to
glow.
push. We understand.
Eventually, I'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates, very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I
think
had to get
people
good
in
at paying
general
attention
are
to the different
different
versions of him.
On different drugs.
2012, I was
But
in,
yeah, sure.
I was in the beginning stages of this. Just
I also
learning
think
these
it's a little
patterns,
cringe
just
for her to try to make
correlating with
his.
the violence.
I mean, like, he did drugs, she did drugs.
Did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she
Objection,
can say
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. So did you
Immortal
did you
Frog
tell
tipped
anyone?
$2.
Yes, I
I
did.
believe her I felt
did you tell?
statements are honest from
I
her.
told my
The one that
therapist.
seems to be always missing
I
is fear,
told-
without
I
getting
eventually
too
told my
much into
mom.
the psychology
Let's
side.
True.
let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
I need to pee. This is my only chance. Bye, guys. Fuck. It's fine. Found this random cat on my back. What did I miss? As soon as she... What did I miss? What did I miss? Bro, you missed it. What happened? Where did she go? Everything. Nothing. What?
Little Lee 721 shared 500 bits. Have you seen the testimonies Johnny and his witnesses gave?
Mm-hmm. Stay with us, Bo. We love you. We love you. Stay. They took her to jail already? That's crazy. Hello. Hello. That's a good boy.
Royal Polaris tipped $2. She
that,
needs to
dude?
release her texts like Trump's taxes.
Yes. I agree.
Why did you decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I
Why
think
is she so unsure?
I felt safe talking to my mom because
Bro, I already want to
I
plus
knew
one
that
all.
she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me
Pixel _kid 98
for
tipped
staying with
$5.
him,
I think he
for
was an
loving him.
emotional drug addict mess who would probably
Even though,
slam cabinets, but I feel like
this
the
was
actual
happening
physical
and
abuse to
was
her is
happening
very
to me,
fabricated, but since she recorded him slamming
I
the
knew she would
cabinets and all
understand.
she knows her story
And
is
when
gonna hold up.
approximately did you start
I'm forming
confiding
a
in
kind
your
of
mom
similar opinion.
about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
Hearsay and compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Well, I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner, so I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get
Shadow
brought to
don't
his
think
house,
that's abuse,
typically
bro.
200 bits.
in
When
a
you are
secretive way,
recording
Why
and
is
then
she
he'd come to
trying
mine
so
in a
hard
secret
to
way.
make
It was
it
just all
sound
very,
like
you know, so very isolating.
that was such a
And,
terrible thing?
I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing.
If anything,
and then
that's
later
loving. He
opened
doesn't
up to
want
her
you
about
to
some
go
of the
through
violence. I did it
the
gently.
public bullshit that would bring you through.
You know, first I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. You know, the rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we
Black
approach?
Threeville 97 tipped $2. The psychologist Hughes put tests on, she said, from the test results, had normal values over the over-exaggerating and something like that.
Yeah,
but
I
I feel
remember
like
that.
there's some over-exaggerating everywhere in her sentences. Did I misunderstood Hughes?
Yeah, I think she has a tendency to over-exaggerate. Oh my god, you're so cute, my little baby. Have you guys ever felt a cat's soft paw on your skin? It's like the touch of an angel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break, so please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
It's the absolute best. Alright. How we doing, chat? How y'all feel? How you feel? 25 sitting on 25 mil.
Freezy tipped $5.
$500,000 watching
Alm
trial
Pokey,
right now.
while Johnny was on the stand. She constantly looked in his direction, but during her testimony he hasn't looked in any way towards her. This speaks volumes as to who the victim really is.
I think he's very intentionally trying not to look at her. So I don't want to read into it too much regarding who's right and who's wrong, but less so, he's doing the smarter thing. And she's kind of, it's not as smart for her to just be doing these random reactions. As for what an alt counter is, an alt means an ultimate in a video game. You know, it's your most strong ability. So sometimes when you kind of feel like Amber's laying it on thick and trying a little too hard, that's kind of what alt means. It's like she acting, she pulling out all the chops. Rasmus, thanks for the 2 months. All right, what do you guys think? How do you feel about it all? And then I'll give you guys my opinion. I am so excited for the cross too. It's going to be very juicy. Johnny gonna talk today? We're unsure. I kind of doubt it. I think today's a bit too soon.
Vakelmud 97 cheered 1,000 bits.
Both are actors. Okay. Objectively, I think she's doing a worse job testifying than he did. Simply because she is like really... She's just trying too hard and she's overly emotional. I'm not saying that those are inherently reasons not to trust someone, but I am saying that typically those kind of things make people not trust you, whether you're telling the truth or not. And Johnny is doing a better job at just being calm, seeming like he's confident in what he's saying, and allowing people to just take away what he wants them to take away from what he's saying. And unfortunately, whether this is due to like slight internalized misogyny or other things, it makes him in this overall situation more likable and easier to believe. However, when it comes to actually, at least personally, who I will believe, I will try to take as much as I can from actual evidence and things that occur. Like, yeah, a little bit from the testimony and what this person says and that person says. But at the end of the day, I really want to see, like, I want to see texts. I want to see, you know, photos. I want to see as much evidence as I can, which I'm a little disappointed there hasn't been much. There's been like Johnny saying some, oh my God, Bo. There's been Johnny saying some cringe stuff. And anything that she said that he has texted her or said to her, she has no proof of, which is really annoying. Yeah, I think that's all I have so far. Oh my God, look at him. Wait, what did he say that was cringe to you? I think he texted his friends some weird stuff about her. Like wanting to kill her or fuck her corpse or something. I don't remember verbatim, but I think some people in chat might remember what I'm talking about. Do you guys remember? We like saw it together. OMG Corpse, I love him. Yeah, he said he would drown her. Yeah, he said some very weird stuff via text. Also, not to say that this is necessarily an important distinction to make when it comes to domestic abuse, but I think it's an interesting thing to note that she was very ready to say that he slapped her and that he hit things. But I do very much wonder if he hit her. And I'm not one to say that like slapping isn't hitting, but I have a sneaking suspicion that at the end of whatever she says, it'll seem like maybe to Johnny, to him, a slap is not a hit. If what she's saying is true, I feel like maybe in his mind, he's like, slapping is like whatever. Just like, you know, saying the word whore is not a big deal and like all these other things. So maybe I can totally imagine him having a bit of a boomer perspective on things. So I would also say slapping is a hit, but I feel like maybe to some guys, like being much older, being born in a different generation, they probably normalized a lot of those things. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there have been a lot of moments, whether it's how he texts, whether it's other things, I get a little bit like older vibes, if you know what I mean. I'll try to point out some instances if we come across them more. Especially if you guys watched other testimonies that went over some of the texting things, it was just very clear, like the generational gap between them. Did you hear the audio admitting to slapping him? I am positive she slapped him. Absolutely. Or hit him or whatever. I really have no doubt regarding that, honestly. She also kicked a door into his face. I wonder legally, hear me out. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, they both were to some extent physically abusive towards each other. And then she wrote an op-ed, I think that's what it's called, saying that she's a domestic abuse survivor. Is that technically defamation? If they both did it to each other, are they both victims or are they both perpetrators? I guess let's just say that. Let's not even talk about the defamation part just yet. If they both did that to each other, are they both perpetrators or both victims or both? They are both both. So then I guess if she said, you know, I am a victim, but she's also a perpetrator, is that defamation technically? I have a sneaking suspicion that he's going to lose the trial, but that he will win, like, in the public court. Uno momento. I'm going to warm up my food before they're back. Do you guys want me to leave you guys with anything? Actually, I'll just do music and leave chat up. I'll be right back. Ooh. Wait, this was a good point. She said she was the abused out of the relationship, I think, which entails that only the other was abusive. I wonder if this distinction is enough to win a defamation case. Hello. All right, any more opinions to discuss? Oh yeah, it's un momento. Amber deserves her career to be damaged. What she did to Johnny is disgusting because Tasha was lying. I mean, if she came out about their relationship, I think it's fair for her involvement in the relationship to also be scrutinized, I guess.
Diet James tipped $2.
Such a cutie,
The
man.
allegation is that Johnny hit her, so if they're both abusers the allegation would be true and so it wouldn't be defamation. It's only defamation if the allegation is untrue.
But I think the allegation is that also she was the only one that was abused in the relationship. So maybe there would be certain sentences that aren't defamation, but definitely some that are. Do you think they both might be toxic? Oh, I know. For sure. Did you hear Amber took a poo on his bed? Of course. What are you eating? It's eggs, potatoes, and tomatoes. Oh yeah, did you guys hear about her firing her PR team? I found that confusing. I don't know. I didn't read into it, so I can't say much. I was hoping someone else would have more info. She has a PR team, true. Maybe she fired them because they're clearly not doing a good job. If they were, it would be a little more 50-50, or I guess we'll see what else comes out of this. I am so happy that she's taking the stand today because I have a hair appointment tomorrow. I feel so lucky. I didn't. Can someone TLDR? Or actually, maybe I could find it. LMG clip. Yes. Nope. Which one?
Brian C asks, hey, it's been a couple...
Twitch needs more ads to survive. I think it's this one.
I saw a really terrible take from a Twitch creator that was like, Twitch should just have ads that are totally non-intrusive. Like, to the viewer. Like, their ads should just, like, not be intrusive. And I was looking at it going... You know, this feels like that whole thing. Remember when there was the big controversy on YouTube where they basically started enforcing like advertiser-friendly guidelines on videos, and it was affecting the rate at which you could get monetization. And you had this whole outrage from especially certain corners of YouTube that created very non-advertiser-friendly content. And my take at the time, I felt like, was very controversial and not received very well, where I basically said, well, yeah, did you expect was going to happen? At some point, there was going to be a reckoning where advertisers were not going to want you guys don't understand. You don't work with like national and international brands. They are extremely conservative when it comes to, and obviously not all, there are exceptions, but they're extremely conservative when it comes to the associations between their brand and other things. You know, you look at the way that they will, you'll watch like a Nike commercial and it's just like someone persevering, at the end it's just like a Nike logo and there aren't even like any words or anything because it's all about association. Yeah. They do not want the next thing you see after that logo for the same reason. They want you to see a bunch of whatever before you see the logo. They do not want the next thing you see after the logo to be something that they consider to be not brand friendly. It's just that simple. And so I feel like this is another one of those situations where I'm going to come in and I'm going to say, well, yeah, what did you think was going to happen? Do you have any idea how much Twitch costs to run? And do you think that static banner ads on a website are going to pay for it? I promise you, I give you my personal Linus Tech Tips guarantee that unintrusive ads are not going to pay for a site like Twitch, no matter how many of them they plastered on the page.
Unintrusive ads don't pay for the forum.
Because no advertiser is going to pay for an unintrusive ad because they don't work, because they don't call your attention away. Obviously. No offense, whoever does not understand how web advertising works, even though it's like how they actually make a living.
My take on it is the thing that surprised me the most. Okay, first of all, doing it at all when your competitors are not. I understand that Twitch is losing money, but if they don't want to essentially die, they're not going to.
I'll just give my take at the end.
Revenue potential and other
life
platforms.
is so hard and so expensive.
Oh, absolutely. Like I sympathize for them, truly, but like it just doesn't matter if you want to survive. And then the other one is. That they announced the thing that's, but if they don't want to essentially die, they're not going to have to take on it is the thing that surprised me the most. Okay, first of all, doing it at all when your competitors are not. I understand that Twitch is losing money, but if they don't want to essentially die, they're not going to have like significantly worse revenue potential than other
life
platforms.
is so hard and so expensive.
Oh, absolutely. Like I sympathize for them, truly, but like it just doesn't matter if you want to survive. And then the other one is
someone was like, why do they talk so fast?
No longer having exclusivity. And exclusivity is
the video's on 2x.
rough for Twitch creators. It's really, really bad for the creators. But making the revenue split worse than YouTube.
Well, I hadn't even talked about the revenue split yet. So I was talking about that Twitch creator. Yeah, that's terrible.
Making the rev split worse than YouTube and then also allowing people to split stream to YouTube. Hilarious.
They're just going to push everyone over onto YouTube,
so
obviously.
Man, we should maybe.
Twitch is done. If they go through with this move, Twitch is done.
I wonder if we should
calling it.
Productize our our stream splitting stuff.
I told you I want to productize the stream splitting thing 8 years ago.
It didn't make a lot of sense then. It might make sense now.
Well, maybe if you had built it when it didn't make sense, we would actually have a product ready to go when it doesn't make sense.
Dead product for 8 years.
That's my guy. 8 years.
It hasn't been that long. I thought you said 8 years. I don't know.
Whatever.
It's been like 4.
Jyrenthier over on Twitch says, ads don't really work anyway. That's the kind of smooth brain take that I would expect from Twitch chat. Ads don't work. Do you have any idea how big the advertising industry is? Yeah, ads don't work.
Function.
You're right.
Function. We don't have any
You're right.
back-end information on how much turnover I don't know what the correct term is for it, but push with ads, none at all.
Yeah, we have no, it's not like we do any advertising at all in our business, and
Never.
And it's not like anyone has ever bought anything that we've advertised. No. Please. Come on. And like, to be clear, I'm not saying that they work on you. Maybe they don't. Maybe you're magic. Honestly, I don't really see them either.
I was gonna say, you in particular, I think, really don't see ads. It's actually like stunning. Like, it'll be the most blatant, most aggressive thing on the page. You'll ask them about it like 4 seconds later, and they'll be like, what? It's like everything other than that.
I can't see it.
But yeah, I don't know.
But they don't kid yourself. Literally one of the most valuable companies in the world. You might have heard of it. Google? Sorry, Alphabet, excuse me. That's like their entire business. They have entire free services like YouTube and Gmail that are sustained based on targeting ads more effectively at you so that they will work even better. Anyway, Jordan asks, sorry, I'm doing a job.
Oh, you didn't talk about the revenue, the rev split.
Oh, yeah, they're doomed.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter if they're losing money on a 50-50 rev split. If everyone else is still doing 70-30, then they're completely screwed. As for having creators push more ads, yeah, I mean, that's just normal. That just needs to happen because banner ads, no, are not going to do it. Sorry, nameless creator. And probably more than one creator. I don't even think that's a controversial take in that community because there were like tens of thousands of upvotes on this super big brain idea that ads should just not disrupt the user at all. Oh, man. Oh, man. Anyway.
Back to the messages. Yeah.
Yeah, if any creators want to leave Twitch, Flipplane, we'll take it.
Hey, let's go.
I don't know if we're ready to be like a Twitch competitor, but
we have a live streaming only creator and he's killing.
Actually.
Okay, I think it's really odd because clearly they're talking about me. And if you're going to talk about a tweet that I made, why do you need to say nameless creator? Like, just say my name. People are going to figure it out anyways. And secondly,
I saw a really terrible take from a Twitch creator that was like, Twitch should just have ads that are totally non-intrusive. Like, to the viewer, like their ads should just like not be intrusive. And I was like,
and why are you using that voice when quoting me? To be completely honest, it's just really hurtful to see because I mean, Linus is someone that I really respect. I respect all the content he's made on YouTube. But also, even in regards to the points that they make, I understand that banner ads and other types of advertising that are less intrusive are perhaps not as effective. But that doesn't discount my initial point, which is that, at least in my opinion, really, really terrible ad systems will impact whether or not people want to use Twitch way more than the profit split that a user gets. Also, people love to talk about 50-50 sub revenue on Twitch, but oh my God, it's 70-30 on YouTube. YouTube makes the large majority of their money off ads, not off of their subscription model. So obviously it's easier for them to be a little more lenient in that regards. I think it's just insane that people who are trying to like show they have a leg up business-wise in comparison to my silly Twitter whammon take, like, there are so many other facets that you guys are missing out on, especially the fact that, you know what, even if Twitch only did 50-50 models for subscriptions, like, live streaming on YouTube for any small creator is near impossible. You don't see thousands of people making a living at 100 to 1,000 viewers on YouTube like you do on Twitch. So no, I don't think it's going to kill it. I do think that both of those changes in conjunction are not great. But at the end of the day, my point was not like, my point was not that intrusive ads suck. I'm just saying, like, maybe that's not the way to go about it. So how about you just take my point for what it is, a decent one that is true on behalf of about every single user that watches live streams, and instead suggest an alternative that maybe isn't banner ads? I don't know. Anyways, not only you that has tweeted that, yes, but
Megasoy tipped $2. Oh, Linus cancelled for misogynism now.
Okay, let me just explain. Yes, a lot of people did tweet that. However, I'm just taking context clues, which is one.
Just have ads that are totally non-intrusive, like to the viewer, like their ads.
The voice that he uses, and two, he said nameless creator. And I mean, you guys saw the tweet that I made. It was like 50K likes. I don't know if many other creators, like large-scale creators, spoke about this particular issue. Someone said he might have Twitter. He might have replied to it, which I didn't see if he did. But it just makes me sad because, like, I don't know, this is someone that I thought was really cool, and for them to speak about my opinion, which only comes from the perspective of a viewer and someone who knows how annoyed other viewers are by the current ad system and who was simply suggesting an alternative. Instead, he kind of just like, yeah. Those ads are barely profitable for a text-based site. They've been pretty much worthless since 2010, unless you can pretty much guarantee the viewer can't ignore it. It does nothing for the advertiser, so why would they pay for it? I think this is a fine take. I just, why did they have to say it the way that they did? Nameless creator. It's just hurtful, to be honest. And yes, I'll go back to the trial, but I did want to talk about this on the off chance that he sees it and maybe understands that the way he talks about other creators' opinions can indeed be hurtful, especially when someone is just tweeting something as harmless as, hey, maybe the current ad system is pissing people off more than it should if we want to make sure that this is a good viewer experience. That's all. I'm trying to think if I missed anything else. But yeah, I would have very much preferred if maybe they gave an alternative instead of being like, this is the ad system that needs to occur. Which, like, okay, maybe it is. But at the end of the day, you still can't deny that it interferes with, at its core, the magic of live streaming. And even if you're going to disagree with my opinion, I just wish they weren't as rude or hurtful about it. And yes, I did mute my own, but it's because, like, I don't want to see myself talk. It's weird. Anyways, back to the trial. Man, and I was just watching a Linus video the other day that he made about, I think, the Tesla Y model. And I was like, oh my God, this video is shot so well. And then I just see him talking about me like that. Damn, that's sad. I think it wasn't meant hurtful. I think it's really hard for me to hear someone mock my voice like that and then also refuse to say my name when very clearly talking about me and not be hurt by that. Maybe it wasn't meant to be. I'm just saying how I feel. Because, you know, I can't assume someone's intention. And if he came out and he was like, oh, I didn't think much of it and I didn't mean to be hurtful, then maybe. And maybe he didn't say my name because he didn't want people attacking me for it. I'm not really sure. But the impression I'm getting is not a positive one. And it for sure doesn't feel well. I think any girl listening knows that that voice is not, like, I hate.
To go to, he was filming with Keith Richards and
when people
Tom
mock
Waits.
with that voice.
Let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you.
Maybe I should just reply on the clip channel.
And I'm going to
Be like, hey, this is
show
kinda
you
hurtful.
Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it.
Yeah, it's like the stereotypical
could you tell the jury what
girl
happened
doesn't know
on that
anything
Friday
she's
night?
talking about voice. Why? He didn't say it was you. He replied to my tweet, the very tweet he's talking about, so it wasn't about me.
Like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which is one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth. And it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible because
I'm also in that
and
one.
hard maybe to understand, but
It's just giving nice
best
guy
way to cope
vibes.
with
I'm
it,
a nice
I
guy.
kind of,
I don't make a big deal out of things.
minimize it.
You know?
Make sure no one make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I had been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Publish it to us.
Pixel_kid98 tipped $2. I mean, the fact that she
And
did
how
cheat
did-
with Elon and James
I
Franco,
don't wanna be
not
rude, but it
saying
looks
she
like she's,
deserves to be
like, trying
called
to
the C
flex.
word, but
You
clearly
sustain
he
that
had reason
bruise,
to be
Amber.
suspicious.
I had thrown a,
Do you know? How do you have proof that she cheated?
Johnny slapped me. I walked away
Was
from
there
him,
proof shown?
and that made it
I
worse.
genuinely don't know.
We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where
Did you know
could tell he
Gunner
was going to hit me
100
again.
Thieves mention you? Pretty pog short
I picked up
TikTok clip.
like a,
Ooh, I did not.
I remember it kind of like a like a little,
it out after
not a
this.
pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment. And I remember thinking.
Someone said
How
maybe
did
it's
this
a poop
happen to
stain on her
me?
arm. I can't.
Can
I
you
can't
bring
with
up
you guys.
170?
I can't. I can't with you guys.
Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's at 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot. All right.
I
And
don't know why nobody believes her. Like,
is
couldn't
this
it
the picture
possibly
that
be
you
that they're
sent to
both
your
shitty
mom
to
on
each other?
3/23/2013?
It is possible.
Yes,
It's
it
just
is.
unfortunate because her
Your Honor, I'm
credibility
gonna
has
move the
been
admission of
shot
170, just
for
that.
that numerous
picture
reasons.
that's on the text.
Whether it's things that she said that came out to
Along
seem
the-
untrue, or whether it was
Well, it says
ways
from
the
2 weeks ago
psychologist
on it.
described her,
I'll
or
sustain
things
the
that
objection.
Johnny said. Like, objectively, her credibility has been
If we
shot.
redact the from 2
That doesn't mean
weeks
it's-
ago,
it's
can
not
we
true.
admit it
Everything
then?
she says is a
And then
lie,
just
but-
have the showing that she sent it to her mom
May
for
we
the
approach,
date.
Your Honor?
Okay.
May we approach? Oh, wait.
Are you familiar with the streamer Pokimane?
Pokimane?
Pokimane.
Pokimane.
There is Pokimane, but there's also Pokimane, which is equally as cool.
I ain't heard about him yet.
I've been trying to get her on my show for a while now. It has not really worked out. I was hoping if you can give a personal vouch saying, Pokey, please come on the show. Because it's been almost 2 years and it gets harder every day.
Pokey, come on his show. Please. You owe me when she comes too.
I'll give you $100. How about that?
200.
Are you familiar with the streamer Pokimane?
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
All right, 170 will be
I'll
on
think
evidence with
about it.
redactions.
I'll keep thinking about it.
And may we publish to the jury?
Yeah,
please?
he's got to work for it still a little bit more, you know?
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013.
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right, next from 2 weeks. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text. Along
With no
I mean, I kind of believe
Well, it
this
says from
acting.
2 weeks ago on it.
I don't know if it's
I'll sustain
acting.
the objection.
Revolt
If we redact
PLZ
it from
tipped
two weeks ago, can we
$2.
admit it then?
Mentioned the
And then just
Linus
have the
video
showing that
calls
she
I
sent it to
heard
her
you
mom.
talk about it yesterday, but didn't agree with him. Sorry for the voice he put on. Think your take on the
you
revenue
don't need to
was very
apologize on
good.
anyone's behalf. It's just also like some of the things that they said later on, I think were really unfair when comparing YouTube and Twitch. Like, YouTube takes way more ad rev, and CPM for ads on Twitch are way better. But people, I mean, to be honest, I think some people are kind of ignorant to that, and they just look at like articles and they're like, Twitch is making all these crazy, terrible decisions that we should. Yeah, but like that's not the full take.
All right,
And I just
170 will
wish
be on evidence with redactions.
someone would actually talk to me about it in that regard.
And may we publish to the jury, please? And that's the picture you sent to your mom?
Yes, it is.
On March 23rd, 2013?
Yes, it was from a previous fight.
Okay.
The bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by Orange, at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll do normal speed once we catch up. We're just not caught up.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him.
Apartment
He wanted me
residency
to
from
remove the
penthouse
painting.
Giga Chad.
And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd, I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or the reason that he wouldn't leave the house and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager, sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house.
Maybe you guys can bond over cocaine.
And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave. But I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal, sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but seemingly calming down. So I
get this vibe a little bit too, sprinkling little bits of truth into a big lie,
the shoot,
or into some exaggerations.
I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetzer's the street.
I know
That's
that
a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. He has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking, and at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window
Objection.
of the moving car.
Oh, never mind. Objection,
And
relevancy.
He's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window.
I think he's just
And
like an old
everyone
rock
in the
star.
car, I'll never forget it.
Like you ever
Everyone
see
just froze.
your grandpa do some dumb
did
crazy
anything.
shit? Like he's
And
old.
I too was like torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. It was just this.
I think in
eerie
his
moment
mind
when
he's just having a good time.
howling
With his
and
dog out
holding
the-
this animal
I don't know.
outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. Like no one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle.
I know it
kind of got
sounds
the
crazy.
dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted.
Bro, he's on
Just kind of
cocaine.
avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And
Bert's are tipped
we walk in.
$2. It's all
Meanwhile,
the
I've
weird
been
like
bombarded by
hyper
text
descriptions of
messages
small
and
things
calls
that
and
our Sussex
conversations
was a
with everyone
large
seemingly
dog with
so
brown eyes
stressed
and white
about-
spots.
Objection,
His
hearsay.
tail was 4.5 inches long. He was maybe 2 years and
3 months, 11 days old.
Somebody else said just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A?
Please, more evidence. Show me one text where he admits that he hits you. And I'll be sold. I'll be sold. One. I'll be sold.
Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A. Does Your Honor show that one to be in 167A? Defendants, I'm sorry.
Well, this might be your 167A, but it's an evidence as a plaintiff's number. I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Wish lawyers.
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted. So it's a
different version.
it's a
Same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the same
right, well
photograph.
then-
Then we'll go with it. Then what
Okay.
number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury
Megasoy
what it is.
tipped $2.
It's
Johnny had
a
half
picture
a
I
dozen
took
witnesses.
of my breakfast table that morning.
With
Your Honor, I'm
cocaine.
going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A. Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I feel like it's gonna be the breakfast table with like Coke on it. A mega pints of cocaine. Am I the only one who like low-key doesn't give a fuck what drugs he did? Because once you get to a certain age in life, you learn that sometimes people do drugs and it is not always indicative of whether they're a horrendously
7A.
terrible person or not.
Is an evidence you can publish.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor.
Just like I'm sure people don't want to judge her doing psychedelics. And to be fair, psychedelics
You
are
said that
different
you
than like
took
more
this that
chemical.
morning. Is that
Sorry, more
correct?
chemically addictive
Could you
substances,
tell
but
the
still.
jury what the box
Like,
is
he
that
admits
has
to
the
his
property
addiction.
with the skull bones property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is
I
cocaine.
want. Maybe they were flour. I think he was baking at the time.
And do you know what is in these two glasses?
Hurt,
that
hurt,
have
hurt.
kind of a gold colored liquor.
Yes,
Beer.
they're different. Actually, it's confusing. They're different.
One's orange juice or apple juice.
Different liquids.
I think it's orange juice and beer.
The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Barocca, that's what they're called.
What is
The little
Barocca?
tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in
What's
the shot
Barocca?
glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer.
What is
At the
Barocca?
time, it was at that
That's vitamin
time,
C?
March 2013, I hadn't,
Yeah, it kinda looked like that, too.
I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
It says a lot that she would
what
even
is
take
the
a
bag,
photo
the
of
brown
this
bag on
to
the
me.
left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's
Like,
his
even in this moment, she was
prescriptions
very
and,
judgmental of him.
Cigarette,
You know what I mean?
tobacco, weed,
Which I
things
found
like
odd.
that.
Okay, and then above it there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time and, was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct? Let's go to 167, please. And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so I'm going to do those redactions, 167 and evidence with redactions.
Someone said, "Woo! Let's share bad hubby's breakfast routine." Pog.
All right. And may we publish, please? All right. And is this the text message, the email
Jallard
that you
on
sent
tipped
to Rocky with
$2
this
back
picture?
to the dog thing.
Yes.
The fact that
Okay.
no one reacted to him holding the dog out of the window
Now I'm
kind of
going
shows
to
to me that it wasn't like some
take
crazy
you
thing that put the dog in danger,
Agreed.
and she sounds like she's just exaggerating the reality.
Let's go to
I think they're just used to him being very eccentric.
Hicksville.
I don't think it's a good thing to do with the dog, but
Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It's a fancy trailer park,
Okay, Kono.
like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do.
I
out
genuinely
there. It's like a
find it
getaway.
so odd for her to be like, "Oh my
we made
god,
this
Baron
plan.
cocaine." Yeah, we're just gonna hang out with our friends and do some
it was
drugs.
going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert with a few friends and campfire and music and I don't know who
Like,
brought
it's
somebody
fine to be
brought
like, "Oh, I
MDMA.
don't want you
It was
doing
being
those
passed
drugs,"
around
but
and
like
somebody who took
documenting
it
judgmentally,
kind
I
of
find odd.
was starting to feel the effects of it.
Also, I
guess is the
agree,
best way
coke
to
and shrooms
describe.
are
She kind of
extremely
reacted
different.
in this way
Psychedelics
where
in general to a lot of
when
other drugs are
the
very
MDMA
different.
hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire all of it.
But even me, someone who like doesn't do drugs, even I understand, like, if I saw someone doing that, I wouldn't judgmentally take photos of it and document it. Oh my god. And I understand there's like more intense drugs, whether it's like cocaine or like meth or methamphetamines or opioids or whatever, in comparison like Molly and shrooms, but still.
And she kind of just leaned into
Yeah,
me
it's like she was preparing
and put
for
her,
something.
head
She
on
was
my
already
shoulder
building this
and
narrative.
kind of grabbed my arm. I took it
Just
you
by
know, to
taking that
be
photo.
the
It's so
effects
odd.
of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt
Lilu
anything
tipped
of the effects of
$2.
that.
Hello,
But
Gordon.
That
Can
was
you
the environment we were in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts. Well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that it, like it was a joke. But he He was like, hey man, what are you doing? You know,
Johnny's
what do you
alting.
think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, do you know how many
Not a
pounds of
smirk,
pressure it
but it's
takes
a
to break a
reaction.
human wrist? Huh? And he kind of held her and she just looked frozen. And she's crying.
Why don't
and
you get her to testify?
she was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, and asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold-down, kitchen, dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had.
How is most of this not
what I
hearsay?
can only
I don't think it's
describe
hearsay
as,
if you're the one experiencing it.
It sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high. Because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he says, you know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it? And he kind of makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of gestured to him, and I said, what am I hiding and where am I gonna hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what it feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things I was like, just finished that dress. And
Lost
he's
in
grabbing
Forest
my
cheered 200
breasts,
bits.
he's touching
She
my
lying.
thighs. He rips my underwear off, and then
I hope there's a bit of evidence. Like, if you're gonna take a picture of his cocaine, you better take a picture of that ripped up dress, right?
proceeds to do a cavity search.
Oh, that's fucking gross.
He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And
oh my God, he reacted.
Telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we?
Oh my God, do you think he was role playing? I'm sorry.
Just
like, I don't understand the relationship anymore.
_ tipped $2. Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
It is. I mean, maybe that's why she took a photo of it, because she's against it. But then, like, talk that out with your partner. Their dynamic is fucking weird.
I didn't know what to do. I just stood.
I think I saw a tear, maybe.
Well, he did that. He just twisted his fingers around.
It's a +1.
I didn't say, like, stop or anything. I just.
So the next morning.
You skip it to the next morning? Oddly enough, I'm not saying I don't believe this happened at all. I just feel like there's more to it. I don't know what.
And it would be. Yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember.
But you remember
having a conversation with him the next
a
day.
billion details.
Talking to him about it or confronting him
Whoa,
about it.
that's weird.
I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool.
This is so weird.
There was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point.
I mean, depends what he said. Like,
My dog
we had a
stepped on
wild
the
night,
bee,
wink, wink,
went to the vet, and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our,
I'm going to ask you to take a look.
To be fair, that
Michelle, can
happens
you bring up
sometimes. That's something
defendant
traumatic
exhibit
happened to me, and I remember the event
176?
and everything leading up to it perfectly. Immediately after, not so much. I believe that. I guess that's why I said it's odd. I don't know if it's uncommon or wrong. It's just confusing.
The next bill was in May of 2013. did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
I think there are certain, okay, that's the tough thing. There are certain things that happen when you go through a traumatic experience, and I can't tell whether she's trying to fake those details or if those are the actual details. Like, I've read and watched certain pieces of content, like books or movies or documentaries about sexual assault. And a lot of the victims do describe, like,
Physics Gaunt tipped $2.
when
Maybe I am missing.
when the traumatic event is happening to them, they like fixate on something. And I've noticed that she does describe that as well. But it's tough. It's, again, really tough because there have been so many other things that have been like weird or exaggerated or lied about. And she's giving evidence, in my opinion, of the wrong things. Like, give us evidence of the ripped dress, not of him doing cocaine.
June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
Person. Because when it was good, it was so good.
I don't think this is a good
never
question
felt
to
love
ask.
like that. At least that's how it felt.
There, she's telling you, why didn't you leave him?
So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing.
I do find it weird that there's no tears.
Awful.
Not to be rude, but if you get filler or Botox, does it make it harder to cry? I'm
take
just curious.
over, and it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing.
What's the reason?
And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick.
I mean, bro, he's old and doing hella drugs. He got issues.
Walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did.
It's some copium.
Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean, and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved.
Oh, never mind.
Feel like
the monster is the other one. Oh my God, he's laughing.
my soulmate is.
Wait, she lost control of her.
I just felt like
bowels too.
And I recognized something in him.
Intentionally, though.
Some part of my makeup and my background was something that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just
no, of
got
course Johnny
so
wasn't asked this, but he will be
scary,
afterwards.
The other
maybe.
part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. If everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought.
Baby girl.
And Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it.
Not the baby girl.
I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age. I was
Secret someone
25,
$5.
looking at this man
Welcome
twice
to
my
the
age, and I saw
where
hope
everyone poops.
and promise. I had so much hope.
King James Theod tipped
You know, the whole
$2.
thing.
So the reason Johnny's statements haven't
Kids and
been
going all
hearsay is
together,
because
sort
of a
of
party
hope.
opponent exception
If
that
it was
states
just
it
for this
isn't
one thing
hearsay
that
if
he
the other
could do.
party is saying it.
Which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to
Can we
myself.
see it?
Objection,
Because I
hearsay.
thought,
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll rule for that.
Thank
point,
you.
Okay.
I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Girl. Sorry.
Did there come a
Anna
time
Keelite
later in
underscore
June
cheered
that you
200
finally met
bits.
Johnny's
Sounds
kids?
like a crappy relationship, TBH.
Sorry.
I like that one. I do.
Yeah,
I like it.
I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for
Ain't
over
no
a year,
snot in that nose.
maybe like a year and a half at this point.
Secret someone
is my
underscore
best
tipped
guess.
$5.
And I was
Do a
dying
counter
to
for
meet them.
every
no
time
dying
snot in that
mentioned.
nose.
to get to
No,
know these kids. I
sir.
felt like I knew them already. I had
She said,
his daughters, and actually,
And it was
and
clean.
Jack's, both of his
The
kids art on
nostrils
my
were
fridge, and I had never even
open.
met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day, and
bro, when I cried,
kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them, and I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe, ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that
don't make it so deep. Oh my God.
So what happened?
I can be fun too. Like you done A
we
and
took,
you did it. Done A.
We took
done
an
M
MDMA.
and you
I
did
took
it
a capsule.
with your boyfriend once. It's not
like
that
a
deep.
powder
You grown.
in a capsule. I took a capsule and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But
Stop trying to
nothing seemed
villainize him and make yourself sound
set any
so
alarm
amazing.
bells off.
You're
And
both
things
doing the
were going
same
fine
thing.
until
I took one, but he took
the flight attendant got
many.
involved. The flight
I
attendant
couldn't
came
even
by.
count how
Was
many.
engaging with us.
So many.
I don't think that they're
Just because he's
really,
been doing this shit, his tolerance
it
is
felt
through the
like
roof.
it was before
probably.
the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some. She of course said no. And then after some back and
That's
forth between them, Johnny
hilarious.
convinced her
That's
that
funny
it would be
as
fine.
fuck.
So she acquiesce
He gave the
and
flight
took,
attendant air.
MDMA with us.
It goes to show like how little he thought of it, you know?
The same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, you know, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all,
MDMA friendly? What is that? Making out or something?
Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like, you know, like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify.
Did he laugh?
And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there would be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, you know, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, you know, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when.
He's trying so hard not to smirk. Pepe laugh, don't do it.
Because
Pepe laugh, Johnny, don't do it.
Well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner.
She condemns him for doing drugs when clearly
so
she was doing the same.
I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride. At least I didn't say anything to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, you know, like we'd given her drugs, you know, wasn't an affair, wasn't, you know, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, like, I mean, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, you know, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, you know. At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. You know, again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my nose.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose, and
Yo, his lawyer's on
pulls
top
out
of their
his,
game.
handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt
Get him to
just
testify
felt really embarrassed.
that.
I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really
Yeah.
embarrassing. And I
Witness,
went
witness.
inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry gave me Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it, as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. You know, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he hurt me. You know,
odd that
and
she's belittling herself.
I wanted
as well
it to be
a
okay.
little?
I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Was there proof that she cheated on
It
him?
was less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again.
What is that?
But he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them.
Oh, like not sober anymore.
He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young. She's like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
KR_81
Yeah.
tipped
You can tell
$4.20. Both
and you
parties
can say
are at
what you
fault,
and
but
Mr.
Johnny
Depp said.
doesn't deserve
Okay.
what he got.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a chest forward way, like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. It was.
We get it.
Started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he.
But did he
at
hit
one
you,
point
and do you have evidence
kind of
of it?
throws himself over, and it looked a little scary.
Smirk?
The way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like like a panic, like almost like a panic attack, like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realize that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could
Like,
fucking
I'm sure
kill
she
me.
exaggerates stuff.
And that was an
but-
embarrassment.
I don't know. Hearing her
I
talk
was
about
embarrassing.
this stuff,
It was an embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never
find
forget.
it odd that she never says she's scared. It's just like embarrassed or weird.
I'm
Like
very,
she's
very,
taking care of her grandpa,
very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me.
Oh.
Kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck. It hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, or what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in
It is already into evidence, Your Honor,
Yes,
so if we may publish it to
show
the jury.
the texts. I think they might do it.
And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180.
Ooh, what's in that water?
And
Molly?
this is
Just kidding.
text
Can you
messages
put
from
Molly in
Mr.
water?
Depp to you.
It looked purple. I didn't
Do you
really know what to
recall
guess, aside from drugs.
Yes, I do.
And are these the text
Codeine.
messages?
Okay, lean would
Yes,
make way more
what he was
sense.
sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
He said, wow! Oh, that's a big indication of, like, she's fucking lying. At least from his perspective, He said, wow. Nah, I need to add a counter for that. I need to. Wow. What? Wow. That's crazy. Big reaction. Huge. Massive.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean,
Can I
that's
see the
fine. I think
evidence?
this is a good point
This
to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
Cake lady tipped $2.
Content.
Posture check.
Yeah, my posture's fucking shot. Oh, fuck, I gotta stand. I really don't like the fit.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the
yeah.
stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right. Anything further before? All right, we'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fuck. Tomorrow's gonna be so juicy and I'm gonna miss it. Nar. Nar. But I will be back Friday. Hopefully tomorrow we hear more from her. And then Friday, maybe he'll take the stand again, and that'll be the juiciest shit. Hell yeah. Dude, I had a great I feel bad because this is obviously like, you know, a bad thing, but I enjoyed watching with you guys at the very least. What did you guys think? No court Friday? I'll be back Monday. Sad. Does it start at 9 or at 10, actually? Wait, when does it start? Maybe I could watch tomorrow morning because my appointment is until 12. I can probably watch tomorrow morning. Wait, it starts at 9 EST? Wait, so 6? Wait, 7? Wait, what time PST does it start?
J_cheered
What time
200
PST?
bits.
I
The
should just do the
crocodile
math.
tears are both funny and frustrating.
7 hours ago. Someone else do the math for me. 6 PST. Am I waking up at 6 for this? Don't say no shot like I wouldn't do it. I'm not asking me. I'm asking you guys. Like, if I showed up, would you guys show up? You know? I would do it. I could wake up at 6. I woke up at 7:30 today. And it was easy. All right. I'm pulling it. We up, boys. Yes, no. It's 6 a.m. Okay, let's just say 6:30 to be nice. No, it's 6 a.m.
Secret
Do they usually do some
$5.
intro shit,
Does
or will
anyone
she
know
be
where I
on
can
the
bet
stand
money
at
on the
6
outcome?
a.m.? You know? Oh my God, y'all would actually be there? I will be here if you guys will be here. I'll be here. Yeah, do they do a bit of an intro? In which case we can kind of come at like 6:30 or something. 30-minute intro. Okay, 6:30 tomorrow morning. I'll be there. I'll be there. I'll be here. It's 10 a.m. EST, 9 a.m. Central, and 7 a.m. PST. See? So is it 7 a.m. or is it 6? Because if it's 7, then it's 7:30. I should just... It was 7 hours ago. 2, 5, 3, 1, 2. No, 2, and then 7. It's 7, so it'll actually start at 7:30. So I should be here at 7:30 a.m. PST tomorrow. Is that correct? Yes? Yes. See you guys 7:30 a.m. PST tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. I would like to sit and chat a little bit more, but I just feel like there isn't enough to say until we fully get her side of the story and hopefully even maybe see Johnny take the stand again. But a couple things I noted. One, I think she exaggerates things not because she wants to lie, but that she's convinced herself of certain things and is at the point of being delusional. Like, I very much get delusional vibes from her, which means it's extremely difficult because that means some of the things are kind of true, some of the things are probably kind of not true. So as an observer, it's hard to tell which is which because she exaggerates and seems a little bit gone. And my second note was just that I thought it was fucking hilarious that he gave the flight attendant Molly. Like, it's hard not to laugh at that. It's hard not to. It's hard not to. Because imagine you're so excited to like, oh my God, Johnny Depp is on this flight today. And he's like, hey, yo, wanna pop a tab with us or something? I don't know what the kids say when they do Molly. I think that's acid. Anyways, still funny as hell. Either way. And she's just chilling. Honestly, she probably, like, if you're on Molly with Johnny and his girlfriend, you probably thinks he wants you to like have a threesome with them. And then you're all like cuddly with his partner. And he's like, I can break your wrist. It's just so surreal. It's surreal. And I know that this is, what I'm about to say is a little bit far, but just hear me out, okay? What if he takes the stand and he goes, oh, every time I was really protective over her, she actually really liked it. She seemed to like being treated in this like overly dominating and protective manner. Sorry, protective, yes. Or like, territorial might be a better term. You know, at the end of the day, it seemed like their relationship was really weird and toxic. So, who knows? It's a kink, copium. I don't know. Why do you guys keep telling me to... Oh, because I got to update my Windows? Whatever. All right, I'm outie. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow, 7:30. Big pogs. Love you all. Have a great day. Take care and drink some water. That's what I'm about to do. Oh, also, okay, wait, one last thing. Do you guys think it's weird if I just reply to Linus on Twitter? I think that's better than just saying stuff on stream or whatever, because at least then I'm being direct. And maybe he'll take my feedback to heart and it'll be good, right? Maybe he'll hear me out and it'll be good, right? Yeah? Yeah, that's fine. All right. Have a lovely day, guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.